Alright, hello and welcome back. We begin today's session right in the midst of some negotiations with some magical creatures in the mountains. We had made it past the Druid's ritual, and the ground and nearby area had become completely unstable, but we did manage to make it through the gates, past what the barrier would have been, and beginning our trek into the mountains. The path itself had not been used much, and was in a great state of disarray. We lost one of our veteran mercenaries to a fall, in an otherwise fairly successful rock climb around the outside edge of a mountain. We encountered some weird graboid worms that attacked us. We met some dragonettes, some little bitty tiny dragons that seemed to be sentient and very upset that you were there. We attacked them, we kind of reneged on that, revived the one that we killed, and then made some level of peace with them. Made it over a broken bridge, and then we were navigating across a stone bridge when several large hippogriffs and griffins kind of flew in and kind of started to surround us when a great rock came over, who was some kind of king or emperor or some other leader to these magical beasts. Began to speak with Bijou, who, through her speak with animal spell, was able to talk to the rock and discern kind of what's going on. You know, that there's intruders, that their defenses are down, that there's some things coming, and at first they had to decide whether or not to kill you, which they were very inclined to do when you first encountered them. But through some careful negotiation, you've at least started the trek to, well, they're not going to kill you now, but how can you get them to help you? Or the like. They want you to stay and help them defend, kind of as payment for them not killing you. That was kind of the argument they had. It's like, well, we can either kill you and then defend, or you can stay and help us defend and their homeland. And we tried to convince them to leave, and they were not too inclined to do that. This was their homeland, and they wouldn't give it up, just as if there was an invading force coming to your homeland, they didn't expect you to just abandon them either. And so that's kind of where we left off, was with our negotiations, of trying to figure out what it is that we can figure out what part they will play versus what part you will play about going forward. And we'll pick up with the rock, just saying that he wants you to go inside the cave, discuss amongst yourselves how you think you're going to handle it. He's going to give you 1 hour, or he can then discuss amongst his discuss with his people what they are going to do. What are they going to do? And then kind of meet back with you after that. So he's going to give you 1 hour to formulate some kind of plan before they're calling something into action.
So the cave being where we just came out of?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're heading back into the cave to kind of give each group some privacy. Is that?
That seems kind of what the intent was, so that he could talk to his people, and that so that he could also give you your own privacy to make your own decisions. maybe with less intimidating, forceful presence of him.
Massive.
Yeah. Remember, the rock is way bigger than like its bottom. It's actually I have to make the thing bigger anyway. The body of the rock is about this size, and its wingspans off the grid, off the map. Either way, when it spread its wings, monstrously big.
Okay, so I'll just give kind of like a little bow, flourish, kind of respect before heading back into the cave as the rock is request.
I'll nod my head as well as we head back into the cave.
Okay. So my initial thoughts here are that they did seem to recognize the threat that Cyric in particular poses, along with, I guess, those who represent him, or we assume. I can understand their want to defend their home, their territory. But the biggest advantage we have right now is speed. As far as we know, we're farther ahead than the orcs and the necromancy. If we can impress upon them the need to get to the orb before the necromancer does, this, as far as we can tell, representative of Cyric, if I'm understanding correctly. Whether he knows it or not. If we can get to the orb first, my understanding is that we can stop them.
Yeah,
Capricious.
I think we do need to get to the orb.
Capricious, do you know anything more about what this orb actually does? Was there anything that came up in that book?
The book only speaks to just the power that it has, the level that it can manipulate on a very large scale, and that the gods themselves cannot use it. It was, in a way, it was mortals' defense against the power of the gods.
I don't believe that time spent trying to convince these beasts with logic would do us any good. You're overestimating their primal ability to want to defend their territory. They're not going to listen to reason.
So should we sneak out?
I imagine they've got somebody watching the valley. I wouldn't, if it was me, I wouldn't just turn my back on somebody in my home who we were just mere minutes ago threatening to annihilate.
I mean, that's true.
What I could do, what we could do, is contact Ilyana and Nalar and see if there's any way that they can make it here more quickly. If our friends can reinforce this valley for these creatures, they may be more confident in helping us get through. That's probably the best way I can think of that would accomplish both goals. What do you guys think?
We could attempt it if the timeline permitted.
I actually don't know what to do here.
Well, I definitely want to be respectful to the Rock and his people, but we have a thing we have to do. And I would love to help them, but to help them, we need to go get the orb.
Agreed. Should we try contacting our friends and see if they can get here?
Say we try.
Look at Carr and ask if he wants to contact Ilar directly, or if I should try using my sending stone for Ilia.
What's the can you only use the sending stone so often?
I believe it's an at-will thing. It just can only contact whoever has the other half of the stone. It doesn't have an actual, like, I don't have an actual item for it, I just kind of typed one in.
I would hold on. I would have to cast sending at 5th level.
Okay, well I can
Kinda
try my stone
capped.
first.
I think there was a. I'm trying to remember exactly. I think there was like a number of times per day limit on the stone, but I don't remember exactly what they were, like 3 or 5. Maybe it's 5.
Okay, is that an actual item? Because I never, like I
No,
said, I never
no,
actually got a thing.
No, it's not an actual item.
Okay.
we just kind of ad hoc made something.
Okay. Regardless, I don't think I've used it since.
No.
I've just been leaving like hobo symbol messages on the rocks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess I would try the communication stone then.
Okay. And what are you going to send with your sending message?
Basically that we've encountered some potential allies, but in order to negotiate with them, we need reinforcements. And wondering, need reinforcements to help them defend their home. Wondering if it's possible for Ileana and Nilar and whoever else they're bringing to get here swiftly.
Okay. One second here.
So if I remember correctly, we had warned them about the orcs, and so they were going to be bringing as like a force if possible.
Okay, so I need to roll a d100. Ah, good. The response that you get has a little choppiness to it, as though it's almost like bad cell phone reception in a way. but not crazy choppy as far as that you can't understand the response itself, but you can see that there's like a pause, maybe like half a word is cut off here or there along the way as in the return message. And it's Ileana saying that Nalar has arrived, and she's already mustered up some forces, and they are in the process of traveling there, and they should be there soon. He's going to get them. They can't use the transporter downstairs in the castle, but he's going to get them closer than even the port. So maybe.
Okay.
So like maybe less than a full day even, depending on where exactly they land and how long it takes them to get to the mountains and the like.
Okay. So they think they can be to here within a day or two?
That's what it seems.
Okay, great. And I assume the nature of the stone is this isn't in our heads, or this is all out loud? Like, do I need to relay this to the rest of the group?
No, I think that you speak into the stone, but then you hear, but like, so you speak into the stone, what you said, and then you hear it inside of your head when it comes back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I will relay the response to the rest of the group in that.
So do we want to wait here with the rock then till they get here? Or just promise the rock they're coming?
We will be hard pressed to convince them to let us go.
What's the time of day?
It was mid afternoon, I believe.
We start out fresh tomorrow, I suppose. That would be okay.
We could wait for our forces to come and see if they could have a few of the Griffins scout for us, know the location of our enemies. I would really like to have more intel. I
That's a
don't
really good idea.
think we can afford to throw away allies.
It's true.
The more allies, the better.
That's a really good idea. That would give us a bit of a rest and perhaps give them some peace of mind that we're not intending to just
Okay, so that's our plan, is to stay until Ileana and Nalar get here?
along with the rocks and Griffins or whoever is willing to go and scout to see how much lead time we have.
You mean with the orcs behind us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So we have anything else to discuss during our hour before we meet back with the magical beasts?
Mm, I can't think of anything offhand.
Do we know how far away we are from the orb, or we're still just kind of winging it?
Well, you don't know exactly where the orb is. I mean, you know it's in the tower, and it's supposed to be in the middle of these land somewhere. But that thing has been lost for a while. Was kind of the idea. No, we just know that it's here in the valley somewhere, or can be reached somewhere here in the valley.
Did the our feathered friends did they indicate that they knew where it was? Does anyone remember?
I haven't. I didn't write that down. I don't think, but I want to say that it was like a day's flight from here. Maybe a couple days travel. But I think they said that they don't believe the orb is there anymore. But it's still the best lead.
Adventuring, playing by ear since the dawn of time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At dawn, we planned.
But yeah, I just say let's get some intel and maybe take a day to rest. Forces, yeah, yeah.
Capricious still has an idea of what direction we're going.
You could see that, he's spinning it off like it's a absolute yes. But it seems a little suspect on Exaxes.
Okay.
He's very confident that he knows what he's doing.
And that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's confidence warrior's car.
That 20 charisma there exudes lots of confidence.
I've been more impressed with old Greg making it this far.
Yeah, me too, actually.
You should probably feed him to the rock just as a peace offering.
We offer this one as tribute.
Yeah, but the veteran didn't have a name because he wasn't really expected to live. Neither of the veterans were really supposed to live past the ambush battle, but they did somehow.
We protect our people. It's fine.
Could we curb stomped everything before they get to them?
Whatever that big destructive wave that Carr cast that killed like 5 goblins or 5 orcs all at once, that were all surrounding both veterans. I think that did it.
I picture him being like the actual old Greg and just falling in love with Capricious because of his career, following him around like, "Do you love me?"
He does seem somewhat enamored. Maybe even a little surprised he survived just this long too, and that makes it all the worse.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, so we're gonna bustle out from the cave and have Bijou be our speaking mouthpiece again.
I think we have to. I don't think they speak common.
You guys ready?
Bijou, she's our girl.
Yeah.
She can't do it. We're all screwed. Woo!
Now, is this rock a boy or a girl? Do we know?
Mm,
You'd have to get pretty up close and personal.
Would you though? I mean,
Would you?
It's pretty big, so I'm just saying.
Everybody turn around and duck, 'cause I don't want to hit you with my dick.
Got this live specimen and some flowers.
well, your impression is male, but
Okay.
you haven't actually seen actual evidence. You know, it spread its wings and the like. Remember, it is perched over the top of this giant rock.
And it's very colorful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you
Okay,
seen
so,
any
yeah.
boulders?
Well,
Because it's a rock. You can.
wait, what?
Josh doesn't get it.
The murder I feel from Canada right now.
I mean, I can do a wilderness check if you really want to know. You can ask Lodrin, sure. So see, Lodrin will stride up to him and do like a chicken sexer at the factory line.
all right, so I'll have to cast speak with animals. And I'll have to use the spell slot since it's been over 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll walk out of the cave and I'll go, Mr. Rock, I think we're ready.
Very well. We will hear your results from your council.
So we were able to contact our friend Ileana and Nalar, and they're coming with some people they've gathered to help protect your land as well. And we've decided to wait here with you until they arrive, so that your people are kept safe, and that we can also complete our task. Would that suit you?
That sounds marvelous. Would your minds change if I told you the scouts have returned with some information?
Possibly. But we do want to keep you as our allies and keep your people safe. And I turned to Karn, I'm like, they have information!
I knew there was a
Yeah.
reason that I should have kept you alive. The scouts
You
report.
personally or the group?
The scouts report an army of orcs flooding through the mountains. They try to make through the path that you have, although their journey has only just begun. Their numbers are not effective for that route, so they've sent many others using large mechanical beasts of some sort. They are breaking into the mountain from another path so that they can swarm in number. They will be upon us shortly. Their progress is slow, maybe a couple of days, but they swarm the mountains. As well, a small group of very vile things has entered with the boundary down from the north. There is a bunch of things that used to no longer live that now so do. I've killed several as they enter the path that we did not know was there before.
Bijou just looks super sad about this. Like, she really hates that they broke down the barrier. And I tell all my friends what's going on. Mr. Rock, Ileana and Naylor say they should be here within a day's travel. They should be close. So they'll be here soon to help us.
In what way do they come? For it would be hard to get here without coming through an army first.
They have special ways of getting places. I don't understand them. I just know they appear places.
Drag just drags them on the map.
Poof, poof, poof.
They dirty do.
They just appear. I don't know exactly how it works. Their abilities are beyond mine.
I look at is it? Did they say what way they were coming? They I don't know if they got specific on that.
They said they would be closer than the fort.
That's how they come.
Oh. I was like, was that a thing? Is that happening?
No, no. I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
okay. Um, it sounded like Nalar was going to get them here more quickly than I had thought. They said that they should be here within the day or within 2 days or so.
They have ways to go around or through the army. I wouldn't worry about it.
We've seen Nalar take out a demon prince with his allies, so I'm sure they can find their way around some orcs.
So you did not see them with your scouts.
They won't have
They've not
they won't
doodly
have
dooped
gotten
yet.
this far yet. Yeah. They should be leaving shortly.
How many does this Nalar bring with him?
He didn't say how many he brought or is bringing.
I could try and ask,
Would be more than us, regardless.
especially with more information that we have now. I could relay that to them as well. Or I could
Yeah,
try at least.
we could find out how many or see if they can collect a few more before they leave.
I'll use the communication stone again, and relay the new information to them, and ask how many they can bring with, or are planning to bring with them.
Roll another D100.
How long does it take to call them?
Oh,
You can definitely sense in the return message that there is still some kind of interference, but the message isn't choppy this time. It seems to kind of come through fairly well, even though it's like maybe a little muffled or something. Something isn't right with the communication. You get that feeling. But the message went across, and they seem to receive it, and they respond with, they've brought 300 soldiers that they've managed to muster so far. As
So
well
I
as,
let the
as I say,
rock know.
as well as a handful of people from the tower.
People from the tower, oh, we're good. We're fine.
yeah. I'll relay that information so that Bijou can tell the rock as well.
They're just coming with a small army and some other wizards from the tower. It's about 300 plus. But my communication with the rock, and I want to let him know that I can't communicate all the time with him, that it's very short amount of time. And I do apologize for my inabilities.
It is miraculous that we're able to do so this way. I normally do not get to speak to many humans, gnomes, and others.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I love all the animals.
How long does the communications last?
About 10 minutes.
I see.
I can do it several times throughout a day, but not a lot.
And what of these other threats, these other paths that both the orcs take, as well as those vile creatures far to the north?
Well, we'll be here, and then Ileana and Nalar will be here. And we'll make sure you guys are taken care of.
They seek what we seek, and power in their hands could unbalance everything.
Yep, so that's why we need to get to the orb first. So that these evil creatures don't have the orb and the power that it wields.
Another threat to our homeland.
Everyone's homeland.
I see.
The world's homeland.
And these creatures have the ability to use this thing you seek?
I'm sorry?
These creatures that pass through a new path to the north, they have the ability to use this thing you seek?
Don't know about the creatures,
Well,
but their
yeah,
master would for sure.
I mean, we don't know what these creatures are. You said they're just something you thought didn't exist anymore.
Sounded like orcs and undead to me.
Undead. See his feathers ruffle.
Big mood. Is he just like same?
Very well. 300 plus a few with magical powers, you say?
Yes, very magical.
And they'll encounter the army from the rear and then somehow make it here anyway? And they're pledged to our defense?
They are. Our allies are their allies. Just like our enemies are their enemies.
They were coming before we met the rock, with the intention of fighting the army coming behind us. And regardless, that is what they will be.
You hear the rock, kind of like this rush of air as it lets in this huge, deep, billowing breath and lets forth a very shrill, eagle-like call that reverberates off the mountains. So it's very high-pitched, it's very loud, and those that are nearby, you immediately feel like the pure impact and intensity of the sound hurts your ears right away. You there's no words in the in this scream that's going out, but it's definitely a message. Either it's a signal, almost like a whistle or something, and you can see all of the griffins and the hippogriffs around you like kind of come to attention. Then you just hear this, like after the sound stops, you hear this large flapping of beating wings coming from all over. You see many more griffins and hippogriffs flying through the air as they come kind of like converging to this to this general location, almost from every direction around you. You also see little bitty things like little dragonettes, things of various size that can fly. You can even hear the scratching of things maybe clambering through the mountains, so there's lots of maybe non-winged magical beasts and things that are all beginning to move and converge. And then he turns to you. I suppose, with 300 and then some, I could spare 8. If this orb is so important, you better catch those that go for it, that are ahead of you now.
You want us to head out tonight?
I want us to head out as soon as possible.
Yes, but we got to keep the rock happy. I know.
Well, as a sidebar note, I mean, this is what we were wanting last time, is to head out immediately. So
Yes.
if we're all on the same page as that,
Yeah.
I was just asking for the rock's intention. Like, does he want these 8 to spare now or for when Ileana gets here? I didn't know what his intention was with the 8.
When there is evidence that your word holds true, these 8 will see you there faster than your own legs.
so when Eliana gets here, so we should rest until then.
Other scouts are scouring the countryside. They will know. They will keep tabs on these vile creatures as well as the armies behind us. And should your army arrive, perhaps to even begin the engagement, with only little delay, we will know.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
Bijou realize this, I will bow again to the rock. It's sort of a thank you gesture.
Yeah, and I'll kind of like look at everybody like, come on, everybody needs to do this. And then bow my head like I would to any dignity.
Okie dokie.
You can see that it just kind of nods its very large head, like in a bob.
Elodrin's not just going to regard it, he's also going to open his arms and kind of regard all the other creatures around it. For those of you who are standing about this rock, we salute you.
Fuck you, Josh.
Oh,
Show off.
Josh has earned an inspiration dice in the meditation campaign.
I suggest you rest. For once this begins, one way or the other, you will likely not get much more.
Thank you.
Izzy's gonna look around. Like, is there a particular place you want us to set up, or?
It just, I imagine Bijou would relate that question. You can see that it, again, kind of pulls its shoulders back and then extends its wings out to either side, span, like nearly dwarfing the little valley that you're in here, casting it into shadow. Wherever you like, you may call your home for the time being.
Thank you. All right. Izzy, wherever you like, he says.
Okay, I guess I would look for a place maybe a little bit off the path that is kind of sheltered.
I did enjoy the cave we were in.
Well, that could.
Smells like home.
It smells like you.
Say it smells a little dank, but that's fine. It's fine. We've slept in worse places, I'm sure.
That's fine.
Maybe our next
I think-
vacation spot, we can go somewhere where there's no undead.
That would be nice.
It would be a vacation for sure.
So, long rest in the cave?
Sure thing.
Yep. While we're resting, I would like to attempt to use my necklace, if possible.
Okay.
Just partly out of curiosity to see if it works, and then if it does, just gonna see how Arden's doing, and then ask him what he might know about the orb, as well as if I guess just update him kind of on the situation.
Okay. You notice that the orb, or that the necklace, does not seem to have the same interference that the other communication stones had.
Oh, that's good.
There's no muffling, no static, no choppiness. It seems just fine. You connect to Arden. And he'll start off very polite. How can I help you? What can we do?
Nothing pressing at the moment. I just wanted to fill you in on what was going on. And she does.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll ask if he's been feeling any.
It's definitely different. I can feel some strength returning, but it's definitely different. A lot in a way like being thirsty in the middle of the ocean.
She kind of glances down at her jug. Well, if I have an idea to send you some more water, if that might, figuratively speaking. But unfortunately, you'll have to wait until we get back home.
Color me intrigued.
What can you tell me about Mordenkainen?
Mordenkainen. It's a name I had not heard in some time. He's been lost to the mortal realm for a good while now. A brief stint as a magister, among many other things.
And he was entrusted with an orb, is my understanding.
Well, maybe not entrusted, but he was in possession of it. Yes. He was in possession of it when he was lost.
When was it Ao locked him away? Or more specifically, locked away the orb and maybe he just happened to be with it?
I surmise that to be correct, although I cannot substantiate that for certain. There were many in the Circle of Eight that Mordenkainen led that were lost.
Do you believe they were with him at the time?
Some, yes. Some may have faded. Some may have been purposefully locked away by other means. Maybe that orb of his.
So we should be prepared to run into more than just him.
Well, potentially they could be with him. I don't know if you should be worried about it, or thankful. If you found a way to reach him, a way to bridge whatever gap. It's not visible to me now, nor was it when I had a great deal of sight. However, Ao hid him. He did it in a way that Lady Mistra could not find. She is of the belief that he didn't hide him, but just simply removed his existence. Don't think that's very much in line with the way that Ao works, but could be.
Izzy kind of rubs her head and is like, that's removing existence. That's a lot to wrap my head around. I don't even know what that would mean.
Not alive, not dead, just simply not. The fact that his name remains, and that the memories do, seems to me that perhaps that is not the way that things went.
do you know what? I guess it may be the effect of the orb that's interfering with my communication stuff. Does that seem plausible? And she'll tell him about how she tried to contact Ileana and that it seemed like she was missing some words or something.
Could be the effect of the orb, or perhaps a lingering effect of the barrier. I wouldn't doubt that some connection would make sense there. That it's simply not just a matter of vision, but communication or existence within the Savage Lands has always been spotty or illusory, potentially. Not a place that we often studied. We never could gain entry, and so what little vision was in there that we could find very well could have been figments of imagination or illusion. I couldn't say.
Okay, well, this has been helpful regardless, and I'm glad you're doing okay. I guess that's all for now. I should probably get back.
You kind of hear him sigh a little. With the barrier down, and with potentially the location of Mordenkainen and his orb at hand, it seems the world will rely on you again. A burden no person or group deserves.
She shrugs and kind of laughs and goes, feels like a Tuesday at this point. I'm sure it was something you got used to.
It is immeasurably hard to carry the world on your shoulders at all times. Of that much I do understand. Someday, you'll earn that vacation that you so desperately deserve.
Hopefully you can join us.
I look forward to the drink.
Yeah, she'll go back to the rest of the. And actually, she's gonna sit down beside Bijou and say, I was going to wait until we get back, but maybe this is something that will be fun to think about when we're not fighting for our lives.
What do you mean?
I was hoping. You're really good at music. Do you ever write your own songs?
Oh, you know, it's some.
I was kind of hoping you might help me write one, or write one for.
Do you want to write a song?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I could help you with that.
I've been thinking, when I talk to Arden, he says that a lot of what has been helping him recover is faith. And it occurred to me that it might be easier to find that if more people know what has been happening these last months. So I was thinking about something like, I'm not sure the right word for it, but you always hear about heroes in song. People sing them in taverns and things like that. I was hoping we could write.
She's getting more and more excited, by the way.
Yeah, okay. So she starts telling you about how she was hoping that we could write something like that, and then maybe start spreading it through back home. Start spreading it in taverns and stuff, so that people can hear about what we did and how Arden helped us find our path and all this, to kind of get his name out there a little bit more, kind of get our name out there a little bit more.
Oh, I see. Do you want to start this now, or do you want to wait till later?
Well, I just wanted to ask you about it. Maybe keep it in the back of your mind.
Oh, no. This can't be in the back of my mind like this. If you start our music, you have to.
Well, you are the professional. I will follow your lead.
All right. So what should we make sure we include?
Okay, so she's just gonna go through all of the details and stuff on this.
That's a lot for a song.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the Coles Notes version.
Yeah, we can work on that later, Deepa.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be awaiting the recording.
Oh boy.
Now, making music takes time, guys. Don't get your expectations, but yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that was all the things I wanted to do during our downtime.
Anyone else?
Lumo will just be trying to figure out how to speak like a rock.
Will I see you trying to do this? Are you hiding it or no?
I'm off on my own.
Car tries to meditate, but with two people writing songs in one corner and Lumo in another corner going, "Wah!" I'm not sure. He tries.
You can just see him there, like sitting all quiet, and then like one eye open, and then the other eye open.
All right. So we make it through the night, and everyone kind of wakes up for the morning, feeling somewhat refreshed. It's not a Holiday Inn or anything, but it's definitely better than just any accommodations in the middle of the wilderness, especially now you have all of these magical beasts about to keep an eye open. If that, nothing else, give you some reason to relax a little before the impending battle and journey ahead. As you kind of stir and get up and move around, you can see, standing outside of the little cave is one of the hippogriffs, who's just kind of stamping the ground, and kind of trying to get your attention, it seems. Like stamping the ground and then maybe doing like a little hop and then like a little half turn and
Like it wants us to follow it?
I think we're being summoned.
Seems that way.
I think they're trying to get old Greg to come out.
We've heard all the songs about old Greg.
Dump the tune, we will rock you. Trying to get old Greg to come out.
So I guess I follow the hippogriff.
better we will rock you than another one bites the dust, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, follow the hippogriff out.
But we will rock you. Totally fits the theme.
As you begin to come out of the cave, you see the hippogriff is, kind of motioning there. Then there's a lot of them circled in the immediate vicinity with the rock overhead. The rock lets out a screech.
Think you're up, Bijou?
You're in.
All right. First one of the day. I don't have to use a spell slot. Yes. Sir Rock.
You
You
can hear.
You followed. I can now. How can we assist?
It seems this group that you talked about has arrived. Not here. They still lie on the other side of the mountain. But they have already begun engagement. The warriors fight the orcs, while this light show, like suns over the forest, has several somethings within the orcish army fight through magical means with the things that came with your friends.
The thing that came with our friends.
Yeah.
I'm not certain what you mean.
He sees more kind of troubling over the words just because he doesn't know how to describe it. No. Doesn't really know magical jargon or the word wizard or any of these things. Yes, there are a great many suns that splash into the earth that fight with the armies. But they come from both sides.
Who comes from both sides?
The suns, like from the sky.
Oh, gotcha. Both sides are casting spells. I
Yeah.
think.
So they're here and they're on their way.
There is an army between them. I have already sent all but these 8. I leave soon to join them. These 8 will take you into the valley, over the mountains, and to the river. but they then must return.
Thank you, Rock. We look forward to meeting again and wish you well on your travels.
Good luck to us both.
Seeing Bijou wrap up, Izzy will do her bow.
You can see that, like after that last, after he says "good luck to us both," he immediately turns, and the wings go out again. And it, since he's directly over you, I mean it blots out this. I mean it's darkness right underneath him as the wings spread and span, and with a giant whoosh, the air nearly knocking you down. He leaps off and begins flying.
I look to Izzy. It's like maybe send them a message that big friend is coming.
She nods and will do that. I don't know if Ileana can respond, but hopefully she'll still get the message that our winged allies are coming from the other side.
Okay, roll me a D100.
Oh, bad.
It's very choppy coming through, but you hear shit, fire tornado, and some other like cut off with some other very likely swear words.
You caught him in bed again.
Izzy kind of grimaces and tells Cart, I think they're a little busy fighting right now, but hopefully she got most of them.
I guess no time to waste then.
All right, so you can see that the four griffins and four hippogriffs, all kind of stand at the ready to act as mounts to begin taking you over the mountains.
Bijou asked for some help to climb on top.
I'll help her up.
Thank you.
So this is the smart way. The bad way is to walk all the way there and then have them show up at the end.
Yeah. Take that, Tolkien.
Very true. Very true.
Izzy will kind of greet her assigned mount, I guess, first before climbing on.
See that it nods its head at you.
I asked mine what its name is. I can still speak with animals.
I don't know its name. I don't have the name for all of these things.
Freaking expectations.
Very likely, Clarence. Very likely, it would respond with a name that wouldn't come across as words because there is no direct language equivalent to
Like
what they would be called. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very beautiful name.
Caw.
I'm gonna call you Ruby.
Sure.
No, ignore it. Ignore it. Just call you whatever I want.
So we all mount on top of the flying beasts and hold on tight as no actual saddles or straps or anything to keep you on, but they are rather receptive mounts and they're very smart And so you can see as they go to fly that they're not aggressive in the way they fly. That they do so knowing very well that they carry passengers. And they begin to lift up and up, swirling over to the tops of the mountains. It actually takes a good bit of time. There's actually more mountains than you first thought. Having been able to see a little piece of the valley off to the side, coming down that first mountain, it kind of looked like, oh, here's going to be the valley ahead. There's just, this little bit of rock here. We get over this one, and then we're done. But it's more just like a little dip in the top of the mountains. Climb up and up over the clouds. And see beautiful green mountaintops as you climb over another set of mountains just past these that you were on, and into what now you get a very strong aerial view through some of the actual mountains and stuff as you can come down into the valley. The valley itself isn't just a bowl like everything is kind of depicted in a way. It's just rugged chops all the way through of very, very steep hills and then valleys, and then you can see up ahead this place where cut back a switch between a couple of large little mountains. There's a river that flows down below. A couple pretty images.
Nice. Okay, I forgive you for the no name then.
I don't know where either of these places are in the real world, but it's a place I would really love to see.
Second one looks like my extreme backyard.
Yeah. Yeah, very well could have been placed in Arkansas for this second one. It's
Mm-hmm.
The first one could be in the apps.
do they actually get high enough to be above clouds in a lot of places?
I think so. Or they're the Rockies.
Yeah, so
They're the Rockies, do.
The Rockies are a lot more jagged than these.
Mm-hmm.
who knows, but pretty nonetheless.
Mountains.
Mm-hmm. Izzy's gonna look around and see how everybody else is doing flying through the air.
Car's enjoying it.
This trip up and over the mountains is going to take several hours down into the valley. It is. You left pretty early in the morning. By the time that you actually make it down to this river, it would be at least mid-afternoon again. Maybe even getting towards late afternoon, like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that. They only stopped once along the way. To eat, rest a minute. Only stopped for a short period of time before making the rest of the journey to the river itself. And then they land. This time, they indicate again that they would like to speak.
Okay. Yes.
This is where we must leave you.
We appreciate you bringing us this far.
Follow the river. The river will run into an open valley. When you reach the open valley, you'll find what you've come to look for.
Thank you. How will we let you know when we found what we were looking for? We want the rock to be the first to know.
We sit and kind of look at each other. Don't know. I don't know how he will contact us, but
We'll find a way.
we can delay no further. We must join our
Please
brethren.
hurry. Thank you. Be safe.
Yes, be safe and take care of my friends. He waves at him, turns around and walks off.
You can see they take off flying again, climbing back right over the same set of hills that you came over to get down into this little bit of valley.
All right, guys. They say we need to follow the river to the open valley, and what we're looking for is. So.
Great. Along the bank of the river should be fairly clear, I think.
I need to learn to fly.
That was pretty cool.
That was awesome.
Mhm.
I hope they treat my friends I left with him well enough.
You left.
You left friends? Lodrin, what did you do?
Well, they'd spent so much time on me. I mean, it's only natural that they spread out and
Oh no! Did
procreate
you give
and
them
life
fleas?
sucks. Oh, don't be absurd. Fleas don't get on birds. I believe mites are what.
Oh, I'm sure that's much better.
Could you think of the size of the mite that would have to go after the rock? Just...
Have to be the size of Bijou.
Yeah, bijou-sized mites. Hmm.
He's terrifying.
Yes.
Well, now that we've got a bit of a clearing, use my navigator's kit if I need to make sure I've got my bearings well, and then start heading down.
I was thinking, just as an aside, bijou-sized mites, or the mites in general, would probably look like from the movie The Dark Crystal, the crab-like creatures that guard the castle.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's probably mites that would be on the rock. That'd be rough.
And we thought the undead were the biggest of our problems.
Nope, Bijou size mites.
Bird flu, man, bird flu. I don't even have any idea. So, this valley is thick, dense, wooded forest, borderline jungle. It's not quite as dense with the vines and rainforest. It's not quite as sopping everywhere as like a true rainforest would be, but it is definitely super thick forest. Right along the riverbank, it actually does have. The river itself has a lot of silt deposited, sandy beach, a little bit, and then just a little bit of a thin layer of sparsely wooded area before it just goes into stuff that you can't see 5 feet into because of how thick the jungle is. So you begin following the river, the direction as it kind of flows from the hills down towards this valley. It's been a few hours. Now we're approaching night time. Still following the river as the valleys twist and turn. After this few hour bit, you kind of come the river itself kind of comes to a waterfall that comes down this side of this cliff. And then you can see now this open valley, and this has to be what we were describing. This very open valley, and deep down below there's one of these mountains, but instead of green and forest covered like all of the mountains around you, this hill that's in the middle of the valley. I mean, it is a true kind of like a bowl valley, except for this little bump that's a hill in the middle that is just very white rock, white and gray, very bright color, which starkly contrasts all the green that you see everywhere. And on the face of this weird gray white rock, you can see some kind of shimmering, gem-like colored rippled surface. It's extending out in front of that in every direction is this same kind of super dense jungle that's in the rest of the bowl, except for something that looks laser-like precision, a swath cut right through the jungle, completely cleared. You can see the waterfall come down, wind through the jungle, and then the little river runs into this cut-out piece that looks to be downset like something like almost excavated in this very pure, like no roots, no dirt, no grass. It just looks like from up here at the top of the waterfall, just smooth, polished cut, almost like a road, but definitely down instead of up, like not built up like a road would be, like cut out of the earth. And you can see the water from the river pour into it and like leak to form a large pool on either side. On the and then on the other side of this cut, you can see where the river would have continued, but is mostly dried up on the other side.
So the river just ends there? Oh,
That's odd.
You would be southeast of this on this map, just a little bit, and then up a steep cliff at the top of a waterfall that pours down, and then you can see this from your vantage point up at the top.
so it's kind of like all of this has just been removed?
Yeah, in a very, at least from this vantage point, I mean, it looks, the lines are super flat. It's definitely not natural.
What is that far to the west?
That's that shimmering gem-like. So that's the white. That's the like white rock, and then it just
Okay.
looks like some kind of. I mean, especially from here, but it just looks like reflective, in a way, almost mirror-like, but like looking at a crystal, how it's all jagged and how the light bounces off of it in many different directions. It just from here, it just shimmers brightly. even though there's barely hardly any light left in the valley, as the suns have set just over the mountains.
Well, Izzy says out loud, Arden said that it couldn't have been removed from existence because otherwise we wouldn't even know Mordenkainen's name. So maybe this is all just been hidden somehow? We should see if we can find a way down so we can take a closer look. Is there like an area that looks like we could climb down or switch back path or any?
It does look like that the waterfall, the river itself, kind of comes at a peak, and then there's this slope on either side where you could come down like to the east and around. It would be a little bit further, but it's pretty steadily downhill instead of trying to do any kind of climbing, depending on how you want to go.
Okay. We could try over there.
In a way, think of it like very much like very big fancy mansions that have the double set of staircases that spiral up and curve up and around to the second floor right in the foyer. In a way, the hill is doing exactly that. So it kind of goes up and around to the top of this hill where the waterfall's at.
I'm going to use my Rod of Alertness and just have my Detect Magic up on the way down.
Okay. It's a 60 foot?
30.
30
range.
foot, okay.
But just to make sure I don't run into anything by accident.
Okay. So you make your way down into the valley. By this point, it is pitch black, dark outside. There's no stars overhead. There's no moon. Very strange because just on the other side of the valley, judging by the moons themselves, should be rather full, and yet there's no sign of cloud, moon, or stars.
Izzy is very bothered by this. Like, was there stars and moon when we were not in the valley? Further up?
Yeah, even last night when you were near, with the rocks, with the rock in their area, there was moon, there was stars. You could see from there, no problem.
I'm not sure this is Ralidar.
I don't know where we are.
And we get down to the bottom. I guess if there's no light, we can't see anything.
Just the dense jungle, and then the river itself that flows. It kind of like when it comes off the waterfall, it was rather large river, and it seems to split into a couple, to like into three. The middle one is the one that takes this path that crosses over next to this gemstone. The other two flow off, south into the west, and one flows north into the east. And so this one's actually almost like what was a river now becomes more like three streams, if you will. 5 to 10 foot wide versus 20 to 30 foot wide.
If I can find like a fallen stick or branch on the edge of the jungle, I'm going to take that with me.
Okay, yes. There is no shortage of that.
So are we? We're down in the the open part now.
Yeah, so you're basically at this point now on. It's a relatively open and flat, just lots of jungle, right? And except for this big, right behind the gym like thing on the side of this little hill or whatever, which is the only not kind of flat thing in the valley. So the slopes that come down all around it, very similar to how y'all came down off of the hill, makes a bit almost like a perfect bowl all the way around, and it's just flat across the bottom except for that hill in the middle. Jungle, lots of jungle. Down here in the valley, it does seem much more like rainforest. Everything is a lot more sodden and just dripping than it was up on top of the hill, following the river up to this point.
Hey, Lumo.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Mistress said your patron was Alauna, the new god of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
They seem to have a particular interest in Ao. Did you think they might know anything about this?
I don't know.
Did you have a way to contact them? Because I think she kind of looks around. I think all the rest of us had our patrons speak to us at one point. Or it might be worth asking them if you do have a way to. I mean, otherwise they are a god. Maybe you can just talk to them.
I do have what was it, the necklace that they gave me?
As Elvira. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really used it since she came out as a god. Lumo kind of pauses to think about the phrasing of that.
Different kind of coming out party.
Yeah.
Uh, I guess I'll try and talking to, or maybe it was a ring. Was it a ring or amulet? I can't.
I think yours was a ring, and because Digger's was a necklace. Yeah, Izzy's is a necklace, and yours I believe was a ring.
All right, then I'll try and get Alana's attention.
You had used it before, but
I don't remember using it when it was Alana. I thought it was just when it was Elvira.
yes, but I think that's correct. I think so. You do know how to use it to initiate the conversation, but it has not been done since you knew that she was a god.
So I will ask about this region and if she knows any sort of thing about it, like if she knew that Ao had hidden it, or if she knew what was there before, or if she could possibly discern a motive for hiding it. Yeah, those three things. And also, where did the sun go?
Good question.
Roll a d100. Yours works differently than.
Bam.
Interesting. 2 100s. This does work differently, because it's not exactly arcane magic. It's actually divine, that fuels yours specifically. Her response. A very confused sound. Like you can tell in her voice right away. Where are you?
From the gift that Mister gave me, can I tell her where I am?
About how to use maps. Yes, you can actually. Knowing very well geographical maps. The last I looked in on you, you were next to the beach. And you were headed to the jungle. And where you say on the map makes sense. But you're not there. Not that I can see.
Okay. Lumos gonna remove his amulet of proof of protection from was it location and scrying or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about now?
No. I can hear you plain as day. But I don't know where you are. A small pause. And you can hear like almost some exerted effort. And then strange. You're not on this plane anymore. You're not in the Forgotten Realms. You're not in Earth. You're not on Ralidar. Oh, I think that's all the connection I have to test. Don't have enough connection to any of the other planes, any other realms. But I don't see you.
Oh. Um, is there a way that I could like make a beacon for you to find me?
To be honest, I don't really know.
All right then. Lumo kind of looks to his left and his right. Guess I'll contact you if I find out anything new. Shrugs his shoulders.
Please do. I'm quite intrigued. I'm also a little alarmed. Would not do to have my champion be on a different realm where he can do me no good.
Well, if I ever kick some evil in the face, I'll make sure to let them know it's in your name.
Well, that would be a start.
He's gonna turn off the ring now.
Anything?
Well, that didn't exactly help any at all. Although we have alerted Alana that we're no longer where we were. So um, she's gonna do some investigating on her own. But I don't know. We're not in Ralidar anymore. My my map skills don't work here anymore. I don't think.
It is hard to get your bearings without the stars.
So your initial instinct was correct, Izzy. We are somewhere else. I guess we keep going.
Yeah, maybe it's like Rotogras, where if you approach it, the way to enter becomes more clear.
I guess if we see the stars in the sky again, we've went too far.
Yeah.
Everyone roll an intelligence check. Intelligence check.
Booyah! Coming up strong with the anchor.
I think it's quite fitting. That Izzy rolls the high check on this particular intelligence check. I just think she was one of the ones most interested in the astrolabe inside of the Asmodean temple.
Oh.
there was more than just Ralidar and the hills that were intersecting on the astrolabe in the great conjunction that was to come. Many realms were on a trajectory to overlap with the hills in the abyss. But in so doing, not only do they intersect with the hills in the abyss, they happen to intersect with one another.
So we've just walked into one of those other planes that were overlapping?
That is your... could be. That's your... like when Luma says that you're not on the same plane anymore, you start thinking about other planes and ways how to get to other planes. And that's the best that you know anything about is that.
This occurs to Izzy and she muses about it out loud. Kind of like, I wonder if this was one of the planes on the astrolabe that maybe we could only get here now. Or maybe they were trying to make these overlap so that they could get here to find the orb. Maybe that's what that was.
Do we remember what the other planes were? Because I remember looking at it too.
I think that the Hells and the Abyss, Ralidar, and the ethereal plane, like Palor's realm, I think those were the ones that we recognized that were overlapping. But there were more of them that we didn't know, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
pretty spot on. Mm-hmm. There were others, but you had no frame of reference to know what they were.
Should we keep going, or do you want to make camp here before we go any further?
I kind of want to keep going if we can.
And what time of day?
We
Or
had
there's
it had already started nighttime. Like by the time you made it down from the side, like because it was past
Right.
dusk, if you will. There was just a little bit of twilight left over the mountains. When y'all were at the top of the waterfall, and then when you came down, it took a little bit of time. So you surmise that it from where you are now, it'd probably be another hour of going through the jungle before you got to that. Basically, the map that I showed.
Yeah. I don't think we should travel in the dark in an area we've never been through before.
I also don't know if the sun will come up. Especially
yeah. If
if
there's no
Alana can't
stars,
see
there
us
might be
here.
no sun. May only be darkness from here on out.
You just made Steve very happy. Just be sarcasm.
We can take a rest here and then continue down with some torches. I have 2 on.
Oh, I have torches. Numa and I are the only two that need them.
Well, if there's no light, then all of us need them.
Oh, that's true.
So what do you guys think? What do you want to do? You okay, Lulu?
He's not gonna answer.
If this is a different plane, you're not gonna find us on a map or a blank piece of paper.
Probably would sooner find you on the blank piece of paper than on.
Should we keep going, or did you want to make camp here?
I don't feel tired yet, so I guess with the possibility of no light, we should keep going.
Okay. Izzy will light one of her torches.
Oh yeah, me too. Don't worry. I got flasks of oil and old robes to turn into torches if we need more.
Is my good and evil sense tingling?
It is not. Mm-mm. Everything seems rather peaceful up to this point.
So I'm gonna keep my detect magic up as we continue down.
Okay, so 45 minutes or so, and about this point, you hear a large staticky sound, like being in next to a transformer, like a substation yard, or you hear one like if you're on hear one on a telephone pole, you hear this buzzing sound. Very high static, and you hear just constant buzz, and then it sounds like it's building. As you still kind of going forward, you hear this building and building and building. It gets higher pitched and louder and louder and louder. And then it's starting to get very scary and dangerous sounding. And then you hear pew! And intense heat. Just waves over you, even from wherever it is. This bright light cuts through the forest jungle, through the canopy, in just a flash. And then complete silence as all the birds, all the insects, and all the things you've been hearing as you kind of go through the jungle. You hear some kind of scatter off, and then just nothing. The heat was just a wave. It subsided immediately. The light also subsided immediately.
What do we see now then?
It's
just dark.
It's just back to the darkness. Yeah.
What was
If
that?
I look back, do I see the jungle?
Yeah, it's still it's all around you still. I mean, you're still as far as you could tell, nothing around you immediately, as far as you can see, which is not very far, even with the torches, just because of how dense the jungle itself is.
Bijou scoots closer to whoever's near her and holds their hand.
Well, I'm partially referencing Stephen King here with a thinny, but Carr would say if we are at a crossing, if the realms are on top of each other, it may have been some disturbance with that. Space between the realms may be a lot thinner here.
Just hope we can still get back.
One problem at a time.
Bijou has really big eyes and is scared silent.
Like,
You kind of been following the river, most of this, and then you kind of take a look off, kind of come up to the river's edge, and you get to see a little peak of a very large moon. It's a very pale colored moon. Just a sliver peeking up over the top of the mountain ridge, like to the northeast. And then likewise you can start to see a little bit of a glow of an aquamarine moon coming up over the jungle canopy behind you, like to the southwest. There is
one moon?
There is more than one moon.
Does Ralidar have only one moon?
Ralidar has several moons.
Several?
Moons, like 5 that all
Okay.
that all swirl around different ways. And so there is almost always a moon, and they're pretty bright. Except for one that's like a orange, like a really dull orange color all the time. It's very it doesn't give off a whole lot of light, but the other 4 do, and they're varying sizes. And so it's very rare that there's never a moon. It does happen, but it is very rare that there's never a moon.
Definitely not these 2 moons.
Definitely not these 2 moons. No, you can just barely crest, like, just looking at the curvature of the one coming up to the northeast, I mean, the moon might as well be a planet. It's in close. Big.
Whoa.
Big moon. That's no moon!
I guess this is the farthest we've all been from home.
Yep. So maybe that was between realms where there was nothing in the sky. And now we've arrived somewhere?
Perhaps. Are there stars now?
There are still no stars. Not that you can see, anyway.
With a moon that big and that close, I guess there's probably a lot more light than there was.
Yes. Now, I mean, it's just a sliver of the moon coming up over the
Okay.
mountains, but it's like, if you look across the horizon, you see pictures of, like, the ocean and then the sun coming up on just cresting the edge of the horizon on the ocean, how it looks so huge, like it's taking up this massive amount of space. This moon looks like our sun coming up over an ocean. It's huge, and but it's just the sliver. I mean, it's just like the top sliver. It just spans a third of the the northeast quadrant of the mountain.
Okay. I guess we could keep going.
Just started getting interesting, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, you go another about 10, 12 minutes, and you start to hear like the hissing of steam, like rising. And that's when we make it to the actual map. Okay. And you can see the river flowing into, like, even at this angle, like right along the edge here, you can see the river flow into that very cut piece as it kind of drops off down into where it's at, and then you can see steam rising up out of where that big pool of water was when you came in. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Okie dokie. What time do you want us back?
Let's make it 10 till 20 minutes.
Okay.
Sweet sauce.
Fix a sandwich. I'll be back.
All right, so everybody back?
I'm here.
Yes.
Three out of 7's not bad.
All I know is I just
4 out
got
of 7?
woken up by the weather. So.
Yeah, no joke. Whew. The wind is a blowing.
24 degrees.
Super.
Yeah, is it affecting your
I'm reminded not
More
of
than normal.
more than normal.
yeah.
I'm reminded of the Ron White skit when they're talking about it's not that the wind is a blowing. It's what the wind is blowing. If you get hit by a ball, though, it doesn't matter how many sit-ups you did that morning.
Can't disagree with him.
Let's see, is that everybody but Bob?
I'm here.
Bob's here. Sweet. We are back. Okay, so we actually get to pick up with the actual map. So here we are right on the edge of the river, and you can see where the pool of water was across that cut piece. Steam just rising up. And you can move freely on the map now.
I throw Greg into the steam. Just kidding.
Old Greg.
Take one for the team. Let me know how the hell dimension works out for you. I do want to slowly, unless I start getting hit by some oppressive heat, make my way to the border here and maybe throw a stick or something into there. Just kind of wondering how hot it is there.
That's why I picked up the stick earlier.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you start making your way to the edge. And yeah, where there was a pool of water from up above, when you actually crest through the edge of the jungle and you actually get to see it at a glance, that steam is like from whatever water was there. There is no more water there, except for where you can see the stream pouring right off into the edge as it starts to spread a little again. But it is a noticeable lip. And now that you're up close and personal, I mean, the little bit of steam that was coming off was whatever water was there was just flash boiled instant and became now just rising mist more than it is actual like continuous heat, and steam coming off the top of continuous bubbling heat or anything. You don't feel any heat. You don't feel anything like that, but you can see now the edge of this channel cut right through the jungle is something cut. I mean, if there was such a thing as laser cutter precision, I mean, it's perfectly smooth all the way down the line. You can see trims, limbs, vines, blades of grass. Everything was just cut flush, even with the edge of this little trench. It's about a 2-foot drop off down to the bottom where there was dirt and grass and jungle and vines and whatever could have been there beforehand. Smooth. I mean, and it looks like polished marble smooth, like glass smooth. The dirt and stuff along the bottom here.
Is my detect magic pinging anything?
There is even the air particles around. There is some kind of like trace aftermath elements, very much reminding you of the kind of stuff you saw after like the blasts went off in the Badlands. You know, when you're like, there could have been people there at some point, and then just like the portals exploded or whatever that was, that magic that happened, that residue, that residual just existence of magic. Seems to fill up the entirety of this channel.
I pull out the stone with the metal embedded in it that I had pulled from that area in the Badlands, and I say to everybody, "This feels like the same."
Very similar. Not the same, but very similar.
Well, this feels similar.
I think we should wait here and see what happens when this fills back up.
I throw my stick in.
That poor stick.
I want to see if it's motion activated.
Twigger is dead.
When the stick crosses the threshold, lands kind of in the area where the water spills in, you see to the left this gemstone piece that was up against the mountain, this little hillside, shimmers, ripples like water moving, and it turns, and then it like swirls, and then it looks like it makes a shell or hardens, and then a few seconds later, it like it looks like hardens like rock, but still gemstone, like what are those things called? Geodes. Like you cut open a rock, and in the middle of the rock, there's like the pretty crystalline geode on the inside that crusts the inside. So a lot like that. So it becomes hard like that, and then it looks like ripples like water. And when it ripples like water, five very foreign things fly out from the watery surface, and it looks like a fish jumping out of water. The same effect on the surface, and when the fifth one comes through, you can see it all kind of turn on itself again and become hard like gemstone again.
What are the things we see that fly out?
I grabbed a picture that you might recognize. Not from in-game. You won't recognize it from in-game because it will look very foreign to you, because it is some kind of actual magical, mechanical construct. Anybody recognize that? Just curious.
Erp.
No?
Is it from shit, I'm having a blank. Netflix redid it. I don't know if that's that same show.
Mm-mm.
I feel like I should see it.
Come on, Josh, be our anchor.
I can even picture it doing stuff.
But I don't know things.
Mm-mm.
All may be revealed as I ask you all to roll initiative.
Oh no,
Dun, dun, dun.
that was not what I was expecting to happen.
But that was my 5. Oh, Brad.
Hey, you got above a 0, so that's something.
That'll do. That'll do.
3 of my 4 rolls today have been max, so I'm pretty happy with myself right now.
So, can I just holler out Mordekainen? Because, sort of like knocking at a door. Yeah, we never do it, so maybe I'm just gonna try that.
Try the polite approach first.
Yeah.
That was louder than I thought. Okay. Must shift.
Pretty intense.
I remember that. The 5 little hovering things have some kind of unnatural light. It doesn't look like flame. Doesn't look like any kind of aura or anything that you're kind of used to, but has some kind of eerie glow and a band across the middle of it. It has no wings, but seems to hover and zips around like an insect. Alright, so one of them they peek out of the portal. And one of them zips all the way to the edge, and you can see immediately this little cone of weird light blue light sticks out and then starts making a weird electronic sound as the cone scans over the edge of the forest.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to here and then kind of poke myself into the call it clearing. And then does it react as I poke my head out?
It is still like that electronic noise is still, and that cone is still going over this space. But it doesn't seem to be reacting to you currently.
All right, I'm gonna use my arcane mastery ring to summon.
To do what?
To cast Shadow Blade.
Okay.
that will do.
As soon as the arcane energy goes off for the casting of the ring, from the ring, you can see immediately the little sentry turn, and then the cone expand.
Boop.
Doesn't seem to. Doesn't make it. You don't feel anything.
Okay, that'll be it for me.
Lumo, I need you to roll a d6.
4 to 5 max rolls today.
Now I need you to roll a second d6.
Well, where was that?
You just had to say it.
Hey, I called my shot earlier.
You can see the little band across of weirdly glowing light that's across the middle of this little floating thing. It's got a little bulb, and on the bottom it looks like almost like a little stinger. But there's no, it doesn't come to a point. It just comes to another little bulb at the bottom. The little bulb has a slit on it that opens and starts to glow, emitting light, and then from it a ray of a streak of fire, steeped in arcane energy, comes right out of its tail and strikes you, Lumo.
What did I roll? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. I think I should only take half damage on that. Correct?
You should do not
Yeah,
have.
it's a dex save.
Yes, you fail, but you should still take half damage. Yeah, because of evasion, right?
Mhm.
When is evasion not? Why did it not do that?
I will do.
Yeah, fix. Yeah, fix. I don't know. Maybe I didn't keep because I had to code this one in, so I bet I didn't put the right damage tag on it for half for a failed save. So it so evasion doesn't know how to interact because I didn't do. I think that's what it was. Okay, but let's see. Either way, it would have been a DC 10.
Yeah.
Even with that, but you rolled a 3 plus 2. Looks like got a 5 on your concentration check. All right, capricious. Did not even. Okay, so capricious is going to cast minor illusion. Create the illusion of another one of him. Right here. Alright, Limo, I need you to roll another d6. The little slit at the bottom bulb from this little mechanical device opens. A purplish ray streaks towards Lumo, while simultaneously a black ray streaks towards the illusion of Capricious. It pierces the illusion. And the illusion dissipates. Let's see. Lodrin, I need you to roll. No, not Lodrin. Lumo, I need you to roll a Constitution save. As this purplish beam impacts your body, you feel your muscles begin to tighten almost uncontrollably for just a hair of a second before you fend off the effect. Lodrin.
I mean, Lodrin is a plant. So, I mean, come on.
That does hit with the chill touch. You notice as the chill touch strikes it, as the beam moves over to it, as it was to penetrate or to hit it, you can see a brief flash of almost like this this slight shell of a shield around it. But your necrotic energy goes right through and encapsulates the actual device, and you can see it kind of twitch in the air. The little cone stops. So this one comes up to, comes zipping across the field, and it looks like it's going to do another one of those ray kind of things. A streak comes over, and Lumo, you kind of like dodge out of the way, kind of off to the side, and then as it streaks by you, it stops like midair, and then opens like a fan into another cone, and then you can hear that strange electronic noise where it was like it was doing up against the tree earlier. And it doesn't do anything else. and the cone retracts.
I'd like to launch an EMP or just call lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that's that.
It looks like that little shell of a coating absorbs some of the electric power from the lightning bolt. As it strikes, you can see it flash around like a little shield. And it seems to absorb some of the lightning's energy. This sentry comes up, and just like the cone that happened with Lumo just a minute ago, this one encapsulates Old Greg. As it scans Old Greg.
Oh no!
Show him your mangina.
Okay, Steam's up.
Totally took my plan out of the game. Good job, everybody. Steam's gonna try and be sneaky. Uh-huh.
Who all has torches lit? Steam?
Me.
And anybody else? Anybody else?
Didn't Izzy have one?
Sorry, what?
Who had torches lit?
Oh, I did, yes.
Izzy and Steam do? Okay. Bisha was up here too with everybody. The each of the little sentries kind of give off a glow around their eyes, but it's not. It only goes up to like 15 feet of dim light, and then it doesn't really provide much more light than that. But the torches provide quite a bit. So.
Pew! Dash action. Gotta protect old Greg.
Old Greg. Are your shields linked or not linked?
Link.
Linked. Okay. Couldn't remember what the default state was. Okay. Anything else in your turn?
Nope.
No boat?
I did nothing.
Realm, you moved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I rolled another 5 initiative.
It hasn't undone yet. And so it won't do it till after Bijou's turn. And then it'll
Oh,
reroll.
no, I thought it was last. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Habit.
Yeah, well, can't be expected. The bolt streaks across at the Arcane Sentry, and then you can see very live movements. It goes and just kind of, in its hovering way, just kind of literally like sidesteps, even in midair, right? As the bolt whizzes right by it, and then you can see as it starts looking left and right to see where it came to see where the source of that was. Cannot seem to locate other than a direction. Izzy's up first on this round.
I'm just gonna step out into the open. I'm gonna stow my rod of alertness
Okay.
and just take kind of a defensive stance. And I will say, I'll shout at these things and say, "We are not your enemy. We come with a message and seek an audience with Mordenkainen. We don't want to fight, but we will defend ourselves."
You can okay, so not only is there not a response, there's even a reaction to the words.
Okay, well, it was worth a try. I will, I guess, seeing no reaction, I guess I will duck back into the woods.
Okay.
Some kind of
Trying to hit some cover behind the trees a little.
yeah, but
Okay.
yeah, just using the defensive stance.
Okay, yep. Dodge action, yep. Alright, Lumo and Steen, I need you to roll a d6 for me. And with a 6, I need another follow-up d6. No, just only Lumo rolled the 6.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's see. Limo, I need a dexterity saving throw. And Steen, I need a strength saving throw. Okay, so that would still be a okay, fail and a success. A aquamarine colored ray shoots at Steen. Steen, you feel it strike your shield, and almost like kind of hits, and then you can see the glow almost surround you a little as it splashes into the actual shield and tries to envelop you, and you feel like it's trying to pick you up and push you away, very hard. But you're kind of anchored in with shield out, and the shield itself is kind of deflecting some of it up and over. So it kind of angles off most of its force, and you manage to stay put. Let's see. This time, a streak of ice comes at Lumo. He'll take half damage on this. Didn't code it right, I fixed it manually there, so that 7 should be correct. Alright, Lumo, you're up.
I'm gonna jump out and start flinging some light.
Okay. The radiant energy strikes it squarely, and you can see the radiant energy, like there's that brief, again, visible shield that comes up kind of around it, but the radiant energy just pierces right through it. Clang! Sounds like striking of metal as some of that metal crunches, and you see bzz, 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 like little sparks come out as it goes and crashes into the ground. As it does, you see that little radiant light energy, and almost like a little bitty mini explosion of light. It just dissipates into nothing.
Oh, at least things are not.
Again, the radiant energy pierces the little bubbled shell, striking it. Using the key to get 2 more radiant bolts.
Oops, I did it to myself.
I was like,
You look blind.
There we go.
Another one bzz, 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 crashes into the dirt and boom, explodes in light and dissipates into nothingness. This one you can see the little cone come out. It starts off as a single beam and then fans out into a cone as it scans Steen.
Ooh, hello there. Invasive.
The chill touch
Damn.
yet again. Whoa, max, max, max. Pew, 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 pew. Exceeds by 2. That was about what you had to do to make that happen. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Cool it.
Pew. Again, dissipates into nothing.
Holy shit, Odrin, you put him on ice.
Lily said she had to step away for a second, but she was going to do a level 1 guiding. At the time it was on 16, so I think we're just going to go with the closest one.
Okay, guiding bolt.
19 now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on! It's got to roll better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she gonna get? Do you think she's gonna get any closer, or gonna stay back here? She didn't move last time, so.
Yeah, I think she'd probably stay with her dad.
again, as the bolt streaks by, you can see scanning left and right, as it's looking left, like trying to see the source of where that came from. You see that as it's going to start moving towards Lumo a little bit, and then go as it starts scanning left and right. It's going to dart over here. Then you hear an actual, like, I mean, it sounds like a siren and alarm. It like starts coming out of it like really loud, and as it does, you can see the shimmering gemstone face next to the cliff starts to shimmer and go from that solid gemstone to be like the swirly, more like the water ripples, and then you hear a loud buzzing noise begin to envelop. And then it's going to... Lodrin, I need a d6, and Car, I need a d6. Lodrin, I need a Charisma saving throw. This time you see a green ray strike Lodrin directly. Lodrin, you feel that very briefly this ray is taking control of your ability to do things. You are commanded to cast your Chill Touch on your nearest ally on your next turn. Car, I need you to roll a Strength saving throw. That aquamarine colored ray strikes you. It begins to envelop you, and you feel it picking you up, and it throws you back. Nearly 30 feet, slamming you into the trunk of a tree. Take 9 points of bludgeoning damage from the impact, if you will note that. And then it is your turn.
Oh, that prick.
Ooh, here's a guiding bolt. Level 3. Okay. You see that that bolt pierces right through its shell, striking the little sentry, crushing in part of its thing, and you can see it dip a few feet in the air as little sparks of electricity bzz, 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 start to come off of it as it is extremely weak. You can see it bobbing in the air, kind of unable to perfectly maintain its height.
clarification, was the buzzing coming from the sentry or from the gemstone?
The gemstone.
Okay.
As a side note, your sound effects make me very happy.
I'm gone. Steen is moving. He's bustling this gate.
Okay. You're charging towards the gate? Or whatever it is?
I have faith in Lima and tenacity. And Lodrin's ice, and the more things they can do that I can't.
Capricious is going to begin casting Heat Metal
Nice.
on the wounded sentry. He thinks that might work. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it did the advantage because it has magic resistance. Okay, let's see. Aw. Okay, so that's not a... So it's an effect that goes on them, and then it stays, and then it does damage every turn. But if they save, it does not get the effect at all. Ah. They roll a 16 versus his save 16 DC. Old Greg!
I hope he stands right next to Lodrin. We got this, buddy.
I'm like, he's just gonna step out into that area, and then the gemstone's gonna fry him. Like, he made it this far. This is it. He's not going any farther.
He's jumping
I
on
have
in.
a feeling he's meant to die.
And then it's gonna try to shoot it with his heavy crossbow.
Nice. Go, Greg!
Greg!
Wow.
Freaking radio
Ah!
over here.
No.
No!
The crossbow bolt streaks towards the arcane sentry. The little bubble that the magical effects have penetrated, the mundane bolt, clink, stops midair, boom, falls to the ground harmlessly, directly in front of the sentry. You see old Greg, like, get a look of a little bit of horror on his face as he starts looking around. Maybe this is a bad decision. It was almost amazing, and then it was not.
Yeah. Is the buzzing getting any louder? Does it look like the gemstone is charging up or anything?
There is a faint glow beginning to shimmer across the surface of the gemstone. The buzzing hasn't started getting louder yet.
Okay, I'm gonna run towards it. And as I do, I'm going to try and attack it.
Okay. Ooh! Exacxies! You just pierce the outer shell.
Sneak attack for swashbuckler.
Mm-hmm. It's like stuck, pierced the end of your rapier. As it explodes in its own little bit of light as you have it extended at the end. The light, you can feel this little brief bit of heat, maybe singes your knuckles a little, but doesn't actually harm you as it disintegrates to nothing.
Now, does Lodrin still feel compelled to attack?
I don't know.
I'm going to drop my torch here,
Okay.
and I'm gonna run back towards the trees. And on my way, I'm like, that thing's charging, something's happening.
Okay, so you're gonna use your bonus action to dash to get
Yeah.
back. Okay. Okay, so this sentry, it too will let off an alarm, and as it does so, you can hear that buzzing noise begin to elevate very quickly. It's like a high transformer, and it's building and building and building and building and building. Sentry moves over and up as it hovers higher and higher. Lumo, I need you to roll a charisma saving throw. Lumo, you feel commanded to move to the very middle of the channel on your next turn.
Oh no.
Okay, there's somebody else. Let's see. An old Greg. I missed what he was going to back up. Old Greg. Let's see. Its lowest stat is top charisma and int. Okay, let's see. Alright, old Greg of charisma saving throw is 19.
Hey, Greg.
He feels
Stay with
commanded. He feels commanded to go to the center, but he simply refuses. Nope, 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 nope. And one more time he tries just to see, by shooting a crossbow bolt at the remaining sentry. With an exasperated sigh, old Greg charges for the forest. Noping the fuck out of this.
Mm-hmm.
So, as he comes back up in his heavy plate, let's see if he makes... It was trivial for you to make the little 2-foot jumpy do up there, but what about for him?
For old man Greg.
Old Greg in his heavy plate is still trucking. Yep. Foom.
Yeah.
Jumps. just uses the last bit of his movement to make it to the edge due to the exerted effort of climbing up of jumping up there. Lumo. Only thing commanded was your movement. Didn't actually say anything about your action.
I want to use action to use dullness of mind
Okay.
and cancel.
Okay, and dullness of mind specifically says, just double checking.
Charm or frighten. So if there's a charm or frighten, that's that command. Well, would be frightened, but charm.
Let me double check that, because I don't know if it's considered a charm or not. It might. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense a little that it might be, but it's a very much more like the cleric's command, and I don't know if that's
I don't know either.
It's enchantment.
Oh, the feat I'm using is very specific on either charm or frighten.
It doesn't say. Okay, well, let me roll a d100 and see kind of what my ruling is on this. I really don't have a mechanical backbone to justify necessarily. I'm leaning towards no, but it kind of makes like, how else would it be doing if it wasn't a charm effect? I mean, no, I think we're not going to call it a charm.
Okay.
For this particular, more like a psychic compulsion, I guess, which seems like another way to say charm, but we'll have to say no.
This is water to the right of, to the east of me, right? Oh.
That's correct. Yeah.
Did
That's
it refill?
some, but it hasn't. It probably hasn't gone to the full size that it was in the picture just yet, but it would be very quickly. Stream pours into it and it billows out. So, well, I mean, why not? Sure, we'll go ahead and say that the water is as it is right now.
Um. Yeah, I don't really have anything else that I can pull out of my hat here.
The other things that, yeah, I think that's the correct ruling on the charm, because the things
Yeah,
that I was just looking at some other stuff like Fey Ancestry and a couple of other things that give advantage against charm effects and stuff like that. It's specifically the charmed condition, because it's not like there's a charmed school of spell or whatever. So yeah, I think that's correct.
I think so too. Well, I guess since I'm here, might as well try and blast that dude out of the sky.
Okay.
Since I'm in the neighborhood.
You hit it and wounded it. I was already a little wounded, so yeah.
A little bit of a repeat.
Even with it dead, feel like the command still holds.
Well, in that case, I'm going to have my cloak billow dramatically and hide behind.
Okay. Different style points. Okay, is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Lodrin, you get your movement, but you are in fact compelled to take an action to cast your chill touch on your closest ally, which misses. So excellent.
Whew, there.
Alright, Capricious, you got anything cutesy that could help Lumo there?
Is Lumo have a condition?
He does not.
I mean, besides being Luma,
Move this way. No, he didn't really have anything that could telekinesis, no. Could polymorph him if he thought it would save his life, but don't really know what's going to happen, so just gonna mosey on down towards the gemstone.
What's the gemstone doing right now? Is it like powering up, making noises and shit?
Oh yeah. That high pitched noise is pretty much at a squeal right now. It's definitely annoying, but not quite physically painful just yet. And there's a glow across the surface of the gemstone.
I can't death ward them because I have to touch them. I can't make it there and back. Can I ready a banish in case something happens? And by something I mean, big blue laser beam.
If it looks like the gemstone whatever is gonna discharge, and you're gonna cast Banish on Lumo.
Lumo.
Okay, that is something you can do. I think Banish has a range of
40 foot. Let me double check.
He's like what?
60 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like something you can do.
So I mean, I'd see Lumo running out there and just stopped, and I would have saw that Lodrin tried to attack Bijou. So I guess I know this. I think I would know there's some weird mojo about. After maybe trying to holler at Lumo, I was like, Lumo, what are you doing?
Just standing here. I feel like I should. But also that I shouldn't. So, you know.
At this point, you're definitely probably feeling some regret on your feelings. I regret the way I felt 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'll just have the banish ready.
Okay. Yeah, so you're going to ready the spell.
Yeah.
Dean.
I'm gonna throw my pet rock at the crystal things using scout or recon rock.
Your pet rock?
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa! He's never intended to be useless. All right. He's a useful pet rock. He
Right.
can do things.
Okay, so you're going to toss the pet rock through at the gemstone.
Yep.
So as it began to charge, it did start to ripple more like water, right? So when you toss the rock, bloop, it just like a splash, but no like bit like like when you throw it at water, how there's like pieces, like actual water droplets and stuff that fly up. Not that, but it definitely hit bloop, and then absorbed it through into the gemstone. And seemingly almost instantaneously after doing so, you hear as the sound begins to build to its final crescendo as intense white light begins to discharge through the portal.
Run,
The missing ingredient was a rock.
Who would have thought?
Could have been coincidental, being the end of the round. Could have been.
No, it just needed a rock.
Could have been the rock. I mean, to everybody else, it looks like Steen threw a rock and it exploded and caused the gemstone to explode.
Why didn't you throw that rock at the bad guys?
He's a recon
I'm
rock.
gonna try to banish Lumo.
Okay. So the question then is,
Can you?
A, can you be willingly banished? Like, and just skip the save altogether? I think you
Well,
can.
I did just roll a 1.
So, but even if you can't, it looks like it's happening either way. So,
I mean, I could try again to make my save because it is a 1.
it was a 2 minus. It was a 2 minus 1 because you have a -1 charisma save. So you actually rolled a 2 with a final result of 1. Yeah. Like poof, Lumo is just disappears like the instant.
I do have a.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do have a question. Did I hear a pop like beyond the normal banishment move? If a target is native to a different plane than the one we are on.
Okay, so I missed what you said there. I know it does if they go back to.
you sent back to Ralidar, right?
I just wanted to kind of verify what we already kind of know. I guess if it made a bit of a pop, we're definitely not on Ralidar, and he got sent back there.
Yes, that is exactly what you suspect happened.
Okay.
every indication would show that that would be exactly what happens. Lumo, you standing in the middle of this channel, like you see like light flash right before your eyes, and you feel intense heat start to wash over you, as then all of a sudden you're in pretty serene jungle surrounded by a rim of mountains.
I'm counting, by the way. And I
4
will stop.
moons are visible up ahead. One, a slight orange glow, familiar. And you're counting to what?
I'm counting down from a minute, because if I don't stop concentrating in a minute, he'll just be in Ralidar again.
Oh, yes, keeping very strong track of time.
Yeah. I want to kind of make sure the light, whatever this light thing happens, dissipates, and I don't want to bring
Did
him
you say
back.
32?
At the start of the new turn,
Which I happen to be. Ah,
4 slightly larger and white arcane sentries pop out of what is left over from the aftermath of this giant beam. So from your perspective, it looks like Kamehameha, right? Just happened right down this channel of huge arcane energy surge. Lumo disappears. I mean, instantaneously, right as this would have washed right through him, the water that was there, gone. Just little bits of steam and mist remain as this intense bright flash came right by. Steam being right next to the actual thing when it from its actual source. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
oh. Oh. Boom.
You take 10 points of heat or fire damage, if you will.
Ah, something hurt me.
Just from the intense heat. Old Greg and Bijou, need you to both make dexterity saving throws.
I was shielding them with my shield from down here. I was trying to deflect the laser.
You've done enough with your magical grenade rock.
But he could be dead. And it's not his fault. He's just a rock.
Bijou, if you would apply 14 points of fire damage. Oh, and old Greg. So good.
What? Had you suddenly become orange and grew blonde hair? Was it that bright?
He takes 5 points of fire damage.
Oh, Greg, told you to stay from South Florida tanning beds.
What was the guy's name? George Hamilton? That was it.
Yeah.
The bronze dude? It was bronze?
Fucking. Oh, Greg from bronze.
The light blinding, but fades instantly, and then it's almost like a flashbang went off. You have to blink. Ugh, what just happened? And when you do, poof, you see the sentries here, having come through the portal in your brief moment of blindness. You can see quickly the gemstone from behind this portal turns again to solid gemstone. Okay, so many things resolve all at once, and then Lumo get to the other side, and you ask, "Can you see me now?" And Alana will respond, "Ah, there you are. How did you get there?"
A beam of light shot me here. Maybe.
Can you be more specific?
A big gemstone fired a big beam of light at me, and now I'm here. So I don't really know because I was hiding in my cape.
I see. Well, that doesn't help. But you're back. That's good. What about everyone else?
I think it's just me. Although it's pretty heavily treed area, I'm not really aware of everyone that's around. I think it's just me though.
I see. And then, so they will like kind of go through a quick conversation on the side, like a very short span. Then at some point, Car's going to pull him straight, or he's going to stop concentrating. Was that the idea?
Yeah.
Were you gonna were you gonna wait till the full minute, or were you gonna pull him back?
Well, seeing these guys coming, I would probably not wait. And like the laser beam just kind of like it may fire again, but it's sort of reset, right?
From what you can tell, the buzzing is stopped, the glowing is done. Yeah.
So probably gonna need him for the fight.
So you're gonna pop him back pretty quick then?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, so like you're in mid sentence with Alana and you're like, yeah, no, I don't see anybody. Boop! And then you're back here, right in the middle of the channel again.
The meta version of me would be like, no, let him talk to a god that we could maybe get some help, but I wouldn't know any of that's going on. And he would reappear right where he was.
Yep, right there. All right, these slightly larger versions seem to dart about a little faster, a little quicker, and they can seemingly fly a little farther. Steen, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Do this. Do this, everybody.
Hey!
Not bad.
It's literally one more than you need, I think. Oh wait, no. The other ones are 14. Maybe these are.
This is Exacxes.
Hey!
For a moment, the sentry in front of you looked like your dad. And then one of the other sentries looked like the Archwizard Braden. And then the other looked like Commander Gregan. And then Capricious looked like the Archduke for just a moment. And then they didn't. And then everything looked normal.
Century. I don't know what my dad looks like. So hot.
You know, like the genie from Aladdin. It seems like the sentries have honed in on your weakness.
Yeah, took my rock and portal.
Okay, let's see here. What is this one going to do? This one is going... So, this one's already scanned. Old Greg.
Hello, Greg. No.
Ooh, that's not good.
Oh no.
No. No. Hang in there, old Greg.
Oh, I forgot to change this.
Old Greg's leveled up 3 times since he's been with us, just saying.
Old Greg is hurting.
Oh.
Dean.
Hold on there, brother. I can't get the old Greg. Oh man, what can I do here? Well, first of all, I don't need torches because I can cast dark vision on myself. Yeah, I can do that. Second of all, what do I do now?
Probably not take your action to cast dark vision on yourself.
What do I hold this torch for? Whack 'em all here. Clobbering time. The thing is here. With a heavy miss. Followed by a hit. Alright. I get 3 attacks. Man, if I would have hit the first one, I'd work my way up to a critical, people. Oh. I don't think I'm going to be able to kill this thing.
You noticed that this one seems... its barrier, its little shield, maybe has learned something from the death of the previous ones. And some of your magical weapons seem to barely make it through its shield, as it resists some of their prowess.
I'm going to then use my last one, move it, and try to stick my foot through the portal. Like, just try to get that tippy toe in there. See if it's still
It feels like solid gemstone.
No! Well, bummer. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to back up.
Alright, I cast Bixby's hand.
Alright.
Oh god.
The intelligence was for me. It's for me. Don't worry about it. I has an idea.
Okay.
Looks like Steve can pull it off. Don't worry about
Alright, good. Okay, so Big B is going... Excellent.
it. It's gonna go ham. That's what Bixby's hand's gonna do. Question: where's the rest of him? Where's his other hand?
We only use one of his hands at a time.
You don't worry about where the other hand's been.
You notice, so when it pops up right next to the sentry immediately goes, turns, faces it, kind of does this little scanning thing. You can see almost like confusion in the way that it. So normally it's always upright, where the big bob's on top and the little bob's connected to the thing at the bottom. And except for it kind of like tilts, like almost like my dog's head tilt. You know, like what? Maybe some kind of recognition. It punches him right in the face. Oh, wonderful. That is wonderful.
Does Bigby's hand count as an ally?
It does not.
It's not a creature.
It's
right?
not a creature. Yeah. It either counts for or against, like on either condition of the of either condition for your sneak attacks.
Yeah. Okay. So she's gonna run up to this one and start her spiel again. She's like, "Enough games. We seek an audience with Mordenkainen. We have a message." But we will defend ourselves. She's gonna try and aim for the little slot in the bulb.
Okay. Yes. This one's a little quicker and a little more resilient to attacks, just because of its agility. But it does not seem to be able to duck out of the way of the stab.
And I am going to dash back into the trees, I think.
Okay.
He can't hit me because I attacked him.
That's correct. Bzz, bzz. Sitting there shocking. I saw something roll, but it didn't. Oh, okay, it's just delayed. Okay, I was like, what the hell? Lag. Damn, again. With the big numbers. You do notice that now the necrotic energy seems to be resisted by the shield. But enough bleeds through that it just kind of melts the exposed interior bits. As it explodes in its little puff of white, bright light, dissipating to nothingness. Old Greg. Sad.
Now's his time to shine.
Quick, somebody give me a magic weapon! Looks around. Anybody? Anything?
I can throw my spear, but I feel like that would be kind of Ace Ventura-ish.
Ah!
Ah! Ah!
I don't know if I have any extra magic weapons.
I'll throw a spear. If that's something I can do.
Yeah, I'll allow it. You have a magic spear?
I have a spear +1.
Oh, you do. Okay. Make an attack roll with disadvantage. Just want to see what's that spear. Okay. Okay, and then let's see. So he's going to take off running. You're going to chunk it at him as he's running. So let's see if we can execute a nice little fly pattern here. Alright, old Greg, can you catch... Hey, yeah, he's real good at that, in fact. So you just kind of toss this spear as he takes off running, and he just kind of grabs it out of the air, stops, and throws it like a javelin. Okay. Alright, let's see. So, throwing weapon.
It's 2060.
2060 disadvantage. Okay, that's not good. That's a 2 plus something small. There's a spear right here. Alright, oh Greg, that's all he had. Oh no. Alright. Izzy, I need you to roll a d6.
Oh, what's happened?
Izzy to roll a d6. And then I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, good. Hey, not bad.
Hey, yeah, that's what you needed. So you can feel that aquamarine colored ray strike out at you, envelop you, and start to push you backwards as you're kind of against a tree. You brace yourself and kind of put your head in the right way where you can kind of lock into it with your forearm kind of stretched out in front of you, and you brace yourself, pushing back with your other arm against the tree, locking into place. You don't get knocked or thrown anywhere. Old Greg. A loud crack is almost a thunder strike goes off as a streak of lightning bolts through from the sentry, striking old Greg, knocking him unconscious and dying.
Greg, no!
Lumo.
Alright, well, that one's right within my running distance. I'm feeling punchy.
Okay. Punches as its face. Go full Farva on it. Your strike lands, but when it hits, it's like going through jello for that last few inches to strike the actual plate, the armored plate of the sentry itself, slowing down, reducing the damage it takes. Just the last couple of inches, when it strikes that shield, you can feel it like almost like a clank, and then jello.
Let's try.
Oh, what are we doing? Stunning strike. When your stunning strike try to land, normally you can activate it through some biological sense of nerves or muscle or certain tissue or just ways in which that it's connected. But this is such a strange thing. It's like armor that moves itself. It doesn't have nerves or vessels or connective tissue, not in the traditional sense. So doesn't seem like it's as effective as you would expect it to be.
Okay. I guess I'm going to bonus action heal old Greg up
Oh, Greg.
with
Okay. Healing word?
healing word.
Okay. See him kind of laid out.
Which is probably cruel because he's just going to keep dying. But
Kind of like when he got knocked back a little bit, he's kind of like laid back up against the lip of the trench with his arms, draped up on either side, parallel with his shoulders. His head was back with his tongue hanging out of his mouth.
fall back, Greg.
This one zips over. And Izzy, I need another D6. And Capricious, I need a D6. Two. I need a wisdom saving throw from Izzy then, this time. Capricious. Needs a charisma saving throw, and he's a gnome, and it's a magical effect, so he gets advantage on it. Ooh, okay. Yeah, has +8 charisma save. Really saved his ass right there. Okay, with advantage. Okay, so he's good, and then Izzy, 15 is what you needed. 15 is what you needed. So, overwhelming fear as this black ray strikes you. It envelops you, and you get this instant of like, is this ever going to end? Are we all going to die? After killing all these things and making it this far, are these, whatever the hell they are, going to be the thing that actually ends us? And self-doubt and fear begins to grip as you just push it off. You hear a voice within you. It's Arden. There's more yet you have to give. Not yet have you met your equal. Not now. Probably not ever. As you push away that fear. Alright, Capricious is going to Try casting heat metal again, because I think if that works, that'd be pretty sweet. Oh, and it fails! Hot day today. Okay, so this is kind of weird, because this is a state-based effect for fire damage, and technically they're resistant to fire because of their shield, but it's burning from the inside. Its actual metal is heating up. So I don't think the fire resistance will actually do anything for it. Roll the damage, which it is max 2d8 every turn. And I'll double it, and then when I roll it over, the resistance should cut it in half. Normal, I think that's right. Yep, perfect. Excellent. And start of a new round. Alright, a streak of fire is going to go. Capricious. He barely ducks out of the way of some of it as it strikes him, doing half damage. And then I need Lodrin to roll a d6. I need Lodrin to roll a wisdom save. Ooh, so you are considered frightened as self-doubt and determination of will begins to fade. This sentry scares you to your core. You cannot get any closer to it, and anything against it would have disadvantage. Not the worst effect, actually, but annoying. Lumo.
Or back away a little bit, because that's not, I don't like punching Jello.
Hmm. You feel that your strikes are still not being super effective. But you do see that it's starting to spark and sputter a little bit as it's wavering in its hover ever so slightly.
Roll better. No, I said better. Okay.
Oh, that is particularly poor. Car. Is the Call Lightning concentration? Do you still have that up? Is that something you still have up?
It's
Banish would've been
concentration if I want to
concentration.
keep it up without doing another spell thing, but banishment would have been. But
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
totally
right.
pointless against him anyways.
Well, they took half damage or whatever. But yeah, you are correct that they were resistant a little to the lightning. The banishment did cancel it. That was the difference.
Yeah. I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I,
You're gonna get groovy.
Ice Storm. Yeah.
Ice Storm. Okay. I've hit it with necrotic. Chill touch isn't technically cold damage, which has always been weird to me, but I haven't tried ice yet. I don't think. It's shot ice, but it hasn't taken. Yeah. So let's see if it's resistant to ice. And magical bludgeoning.
Yeah, that's it.
So 2 saves and 1 failure. Yeah, so it does take the magical bludgeoning and the cold. So it is resistant to the cold also, seems.
I need to use a dash action to get the extra 5 feet here, so I should have 25 more feet.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm gonna stab this one, or try to. She's like swearing the whole.
Okay, yeah. Right in the buttocks. If it has a butt. I don't think the little arcane sentry construct has a butt, but sure. Sure. And their shields seem to be stronger than the previous round, previous waves. You still hurt it, but not nearly as much as it should have. All 3 appear to be rather weak, though. Modron strikes. Alright, Greg. Gonna run over and pick up the spear.
Greg's almost like our Rudy.
He's going to exert himself, try to do. With a grunt, you see him enter this little sphere of cold and ice. Staying upright, but trudging through. I'm gonna try to stab it. Okay, so 1 hit. Alright, I need... Have your +1 spear keyed in. You do. Okay. I'm just going to take this. Oh. And he's going to action surge and do it again. What? You gotta be kidding me with another one? 2 ones? Oh man, that is just pitiful. Okay. He blinked a little bit, and it is sparking like crazy as the spear strikes it. You can see like that shorts a couple of the wires. And now it just starts to slowly, instead of like hovering, bobbing up and down, or wavering, it's just like sinking very slowly, straight down, barely staying upright. So it fires a beam of fire damage at old Greg. And then you can see it start to surge. The area right around the little bulb where the rays come from seems to have like almost like a power surge. And this neon green ray strikes old Gray, or tries to strike at old Gray.
Should have listened to Carr.
Oh, he can't make a dex saving throw because he's unconscious.
Mm.
So he auto fails. And is disintegrated
What?
into ash.
Sure, that's how we wanted to go.
It envelops like he's holding onto the spear with both hands as he got blasted backwards and fell onto the ground into this ice, and then this intense beam swarms over him. And then when your eyes readjust, as the brightness fades, you see the spear hanging in the air, almost Looney Tunes style, for a half second before it falls and clutters onto a pile of ash. This old Greg is dust.
Greg, no!
Dust in the wind.
Steam.
Yay!
So chipper. I got
had
to
a
disintegrate
plan.
somebody.
My plan's gone. So this portal isn't shimmering, or it looks solid still, right?
Solid gemstone currently. Mm-hmm.
Even after the lightning bolt of. Oh.
No, like so it was all like watery, had that water texture, and then the beam went off, and then these sentries came out, and it became solid gemstone, and it hasn't changed since.
Yeah.
It hasn't done anything since.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought the beam came out. I would like to get killed old Greg completely.
Oh, that was from one of the sentries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
No, it wasn't the big Gadoosh beam. That would have been Lots of people have been rolling
I
stuff
thought
in.
it was a smaller Gadoosh. That's what I thought it was. It is a Gadoosh Greg beam.
Yeah, it kind of was a smaller Gadoosh beam.
Yeah, 10d8
Whoa.
against a single target. The large beam does double that to everything in its path. Does 20d8 force damage.
Alright. I'm going to try to hit this guy with my lightning lure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It fails. Even with advantage against magical effects, it still fails.
Oh wow, that's number 3 ever. So I tell it to get over here. So he comes right next to me.
Which one did you do? 11?
Yep.
Yep. Yoink!
And he takes 3d8.
Nice.
No, I didn't get to beat him with my shield to finish it off. No. Oh.
Had 2 hit points left. After old Greg stabbed it with a spear twice.
This is for you, old Greg. And yeah, I'm done. I actually didn't expect to hit that, so I'm kind of in shock.
This is the one that heat meddled earlier. Not. Oh well. Which pretend it is. Because I've lost track of which is which. So he's going to use his heat metal. Wait, you don't have to use an action for that. Let me see. Bonus action. Bonus action. He's going to try to use Vicious Mockery as his action to try to kill the Arcane Sentry with 1 hit point left. Unfortunately, it can't actually hear, so it doesn't work. Oh, I'll save it. Bishu's turn. Damn, because I would have killed it.
Bixby can get to work.
Bigby! Let's look at Bigby a little like, you look familiar. Like these sentries seem to understand something about Bigby. Sense something familiar with Bigby.
He was one of the Council of 8, right? Or the Circle of...
Yeah. I don't know if anybody actually knows that, but from a meta perspective, yes, he was one of the Circle of 8. And so we have the Council of 9 and the Circle of 8. It's so many wizards of number. Some C word of number.
I'm gonna come to here and draw my dagger that I
Okay.
got from Ard,
Mm-hmm.
and just try to touch it to the gems.
Roll me a D100. Roll a dex saving throw.
Oh, I rolled a 1.
Roll again.
But I can Lumo help?
Use his reaction just to reroll the 1.
I rolled a 5.
I mean,
Good news. It doesn't actually hit you directly, anyway. So you poke it with the magic dagger, and where it impacts, you can see almost like just where the magical dagger touches the gemstone. You can see it go from hard and steel, like clink, clink, and then it's like very quickly goes kind of amorphous, where it's silly putty or something like along those lines, and then as soon as it does, you see it glows bright, and then almost like a shotgun of light comes out, several rays in multiple directions. You're like, whoa, and you kind of do the Matrix style bullet dodge, trying to roll backwards as some of the energy like strikes one right across your cheek, one right across the edge of your leg.
Just like smaller versions of the big beam.
Yes, like bunches of like a little scatter shot of like the little beam. So out of like the 6 like little bitty beams that came out, 2 partially struck you. You have evasion.
I can either, yeah.
So each would have hit for 17. So cut that in half. So you just take 17 points of force damage.
Okay. Well, for science. So I'm just gonna take that as a failed experiment and just go back into the trees. If that was probably my action, so I guess for my bonus action, I'll lick my wounds a little bit.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
Somewhat distracted.
Yeah. Okay, don't hurt me, giant gemstone laser beam of death. Who needs sharks when you've got mountains with laser beams on their head?
Right?
Alright, Car.
that's a legitimate question.
I will try to toll the dead.
Dong. And it fails. Does not have a very high wisdom save, as it turns out. It has a 1 wisdom, and a 1 int, and a 1 charisma. It's immune to almost every condition under the sun. Because it's a construct. A dead construct.
If it's a construct, it was ever alive, so therefore it's not dead.
Is this thing powering back up?
So when the last one dies, you hear not it never got to sound its alarm, and so it didn't begin the power up sound. But when the last one dies, along the rim, you can see a little bit of glow start to happen, and then all of a sudden the gemstone goes and becomes more like that watery surface.
Run for it?
Wait, the gemstone's like a watery surface now?
Yeah, it's like that ripple of back to like a shimmering water. So it went from that solid gemstone to a ripple.
Get in there and save my rock.
Okay, well, if this is my turn, this is as far as I can go. So
Okay.
So yeah, there's a chance of instant death if you run through there. Who knows?
Yeah.
Too bad Greg's not around.
Let's get out of
he-
the.
Greg experienced instant death out here, so
Stan, go get your rock. See what it's made of. Take one for the team.
of course, that's why I'm here.
20 d8s is an average damage of 90. So, I mean, at full health, you
Oh, I
would
can back
live
up.
most of the time.
I would back
if
up
it was
because I
just...
had action surge. I can right back up. It's okay.
Oh,
Or I would,
Those things were able to go in and out of it when it looked watery.
That is true.
Maybe?
mm-hmm. I've already tested that theory with the rock.
Go for it, Steen. Run in the water.
Yay!
I'm not close enough.
Then I detach my shield, and then I hold my shields on my left and right arms, kind of, hoping I don't get squished.
Okay. Are you doing this?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Peeking in. I'm peeking in.
Maybe try your little toe first.
Yeah.
I tried my little toe as hard as
Don't
right.
go face first.
Why not? Not like my toes can see anything.
Saw a guy on a stream lose his head to a sewer of annihilation that way. What's in here?
Well,
Steen, I need you to roll a d100.
yeah.
Just max it out like everyone else has been doing. Just roll 100. That's all you gotta do.
I love your really high expectations of me.
I mean, everybody else is doing it. 850.
Above 50-50.
I need you to roll a perception check.
Oh. Where's perception? Oh yeah, it's good. It's not one I do very often. All right. Above a 10, higher than 50%.
You made it through the amorphous, like it's just like going through jello, and the second your body touches it, everything seems to slow down. As though time is creeping along. In the time, it feels like for you to take an eye blink. You look back at your companions, who seem to be buzzing like little bees, moving at some crazy increased rate.
Oh God, Lumo. Didn't need to be any faster.
What's everybody else doing?
Yeah, what's everyone else doing? Yeah.
I'm
Is he
like,
just stuck? Did he
Yeah.
stop? What's he doing? Steen, what are you doing?
yeah, I'd be running towards him like, Steen, are you okay? What do you see?
The slowest thumbs up ever.
As soon as his body enters, like it is very opaque. Like so, it's this amorphous, solid liquid kind of deal. And as soon as his body goes in, you see nothing. You can't see him. He doesn't come back out.
He's just gone.
He's just
I am
gone.
on the bridge of the Star Trek Discovery. What?
What do we do? Should we go after him? What if he gets dissolved or something? Can we see anything else in there? If it's just watery, or is it just like you can't see past the watery surface?
You just can't
At
see
all.
past the surface. It moves like a liquid, but it is like when it's in this state, but it is not see through by any means. I mean, it's like, think of it like, cornstarch and water deal. How it's
Right,
a liquid,
okay.
but when it has pressure on it, it acts like it reacts like it's a solid and liquid at the same time. It's one of those really weird substances. That's what it seemed to do when he went in, and then he was in, but you can't see through it. I mean, it's solid, and it's still like, I mean, it's all shiny, even reflective, glittering.
Does anybody have a like? Can you message him, Lumo? You when you talk in his head. Can you do? Can you tell if he can
Doesn't he
respond?
have to be able to see me?
I can't ever get responses from people through that unless they can do it back to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Are we still in turn order?
No, we're good to react as we would.
Lodrin just goes out there. Doo-doo. I already had once. What do I got to lose?
Yeah, Logan's going to try to step in.
Fuck yeah, Lodrin's my brosif.
Suicide pact.
Mind the punch.
we all walk through, and then Drad is like, and this is how the group TPK'd.
No, it'll be the janitor at the mage tower again. It's like, y'all
Oh,
still
no.
haven't made it to the next level?
Skip.
Yeah, it's like you guys are still here. Like, wait, what?
This was all a test.
It seems like you guys will make it through the little adventure to reclaim, whatever. This ruffian is messing up this town, so we're back to level 1 and we're doing one of those adventures.
Oh God.
That'd be
Red brands have been attacking Finn.
that'd be great. That'd be epic. That's a great way to end your campaign. Why did I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? No, that is so. You see Lodrin, bloop, enter through the shimmering surface. As it engulfs and closes around him, Lodrin, you see no sign of him as he goes through, and similar to Steam, time seems to slow down. Roll a perception check.
He's now the dude.
So when that thing died, Lodrin was no longer frightened. I forgot about that. But yeah, Lodrin, go ahead and roll perception. Okay, that's pretty high. So, it seems like inside this, whatever this is, it's some kind of transitional barrier. You can kind of see a little ahead of you. You can see almost like through a one-way mirror, your friends moving at some ultrasonic speed around, like you can't even think of an eye blink taking so long. It feels so long to just blink your eye, taking forever. And in that amount of time, you see people buzzing around like super fast, like hummingbirds, as they're making their motions outside on the other side of the barrier.
Izzy's like flipping out right now, so it really looks like she's buzzing around.
And to you, it feels like it's almost like jet lag in a way, as you're used to time moving at a certain speed. And this is something that maybe you've felt before, uniquely, in your rebirth, as being part of the Gaia energy, being reformed, and how in different places, in different realms, in different areas of power, time just moves differently. And where you are, it seems as though time is creeping along compared to the outside. And this effect, this weird effect, is just you getting used to time moving differently here. And as you become used to it, you would feel as though you're moving normal pace. But right now everything is super slow, just because you're used to time going so much faster.
See, now from our point of view, they just walked through and went bloop, like
And then
we watched
disappeared.
Stargate.
Yep.
So I would almost really not have a reason not to go into the time slowing device. Fucking fuck.
I
Wait.
jump in and follow Lodrin.
Tell Izzy maybe we shouldn't all go. But and she and as I'm trying to have this serious conversation, she's like, but I think I'm gonna go through.
I'm just surprised Copernicus hasn't said anything yet.
I grab Car's hand.
Capricious, I mean? Why is it Copernicus? But
This is like dumbfounded. Like they went in. They could all be dead.
these people are fucking crazy.
Then when Bijou goes through, you could see like she's just like boom, and then just goes through like compulsive, and like and then he just jumps through.
Well, I had a daughter. Let's see if
Poor
she's
Copernicus.
Him and his damn planets.
I guess it's a measure of faith.
or stupidity.
Izzy is not
There is a
letting
chance.
go. Izzy is not letting go of your hand, but she's not like holding you back.
We going together?
And Lumbo's
Yeah.
just like,
We come back through. 100 years have gone. Lumo's a god.
Yeah.
There's Kick Palor in the Nuts Day. It's annual celebration. Alright, we're blooping. Suicide Pact. Let's do it. That's how we cross the barrier. So
Yeah.
this is a real Stargate.
Luke. What about Lumo? To go
Like,
in
These tall people are crazy.
or to stay out?
Yep.
I never liked
was
them anyway.
cool
They were holding
for
me back.
I think I'll wait a long time.
Okay. Seconds, minutes, hours,
Like-
days, weeks.
Not weeks, but days. I'd be prepared to wait because this is stupid.
Am I able to push back through the other way? Like if I just stick a hand out?
So,
As the piece goes.
time is moving so slowly for you that you haven't, in the matter of perception, you haven't been able to blink your eye or as much move muscles.
We're not even on the other side yet.
For you,
Does-
like you internal, like you have thoughts and they're moving at a different pace than your body is. Like it's like crazy jet lag. As you're like racing through all these thoughts and things moving at normal time, as they start slowing down, as your body starts meeting your mind across.
So, just as a point of curiosity, I guess, Bijou had that necklace from the tower that was supposed to protect from timey-wimey.
Timey-wimey.
Yeah, is she affected in the same way?
She is.
Okay.
There's two big differences. So we did know that there was time dilation inside the valley versus out, and we felt protected against that until we crossed this barrier, because there's a difference between the magical aura and then a different realm where the time actually moves at different speed.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're in time limbo right now.
Most of the realms and planes move at the same time as the material plane, but not wherever you are.
We're in the DMV.
But we still
Yes,
Where it doesn't
that
go
is
at all.
exactly where you are.
We're in hell. Great.
But
So-
our thoughts still move at the same rate, right?
for now, but you feel like the thoughts and body will catch up to one another.
Once again,
So
to the DMV.
As slow as I'm moving, I do want to try and stick my hand back out the barrier and give Lumo a thumbs up so he knows we're not dead.
Don't steal my move.
Or false hope before we die.
Or that.
It's okay. Come on, join us.
Well, I was gonna send him a message.
Oh, well, sure.
you're gonna send him a message.
Yeah.
What are
But
the what are the components for message?
VSM.
Verbal, somatic, and material component. So you'll have to be able to speak and make your arcane movements in order to cast that. Your mind is working quickly, but in order to make your large, sweeping, arcane motions, in order to cast that spell, it would take time.
Okay.
Considerable time. And so Lumo, you're saying you're willing to wait days, potentially?
Days.
Well, I mean, I could always throw my rock back with a piece of paper.
Okay, let me see real quick. So we're talking about 6 seconds versus days. Let me see how that works out.
That's a ridiculous time correlation. Just let you know. It's kind of nuts.
Well, Copernicus lost 10 years or something, so.
Yeah. But this is almost more severe.
Yeah, the one that Capricious went through is just like a residual effect.
This is
So I'm
like,
just saying, all this stuff like about not going through because of the time is all meta, because it just looked like a big ass portal.
oh, yeah,
Which is
yeah.
also kind of meta because we're basing that on Stargate, but still.
There is one thing I would do while I'm waiting though, and that's try and gather a vial of the blue liquid D-gem, because that's just kind of what I do. Compulsion to gather vials of things.
Ooh, well, what's this? Ooh, what's this?
You would try several times, but you would not be successful on any attempt.
You should have sucked him in as soon as he tried to grab it.
I was thinking about how that would work exactly. It definitely would not separate. Wouldn't separate from itself. But once that little pit of the bottle went in, You would try a few times. Yeah, it would probably break even if you didn't force it because of it would age. It'd become brittle. Like, so you try it a couple of times, and then the half of the vial that goes into this liquid that would age on your side years. No, it's backwards. Oh crap!
No,
On my own time. Nope, never mind. I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to notice anything different. It's the other way around.
yeah, but I say the outside would age faster.
Yeah, the outside ages faster. Yeah, so it's not. It wouldn't get brittle with age or anything. It would just try it a couple times and it wouldn't separate. And if you tried to force it, it'd break the bottle.
So now what you're saying is I'm gonna get through the portal. I'm like, oh look, my rock. Freaking file comes through, hits me in the back of the head. I got it. So what's gonna happen? Dink.
Should at least play the. Oh crap! Sorry, I'm brain fart. You play the interstellar music when they're on the black hole planet.
Yeah. What else can we see in here? Anything? Can we see each other?
Is
It's like their perceptions worked out okay. Everybody that went through, go ahead and roll a perception check. While still trying to math this out here. Brain is not working.
1 to roughly 43,200. So for every 1 second, 43,200 seconds pass.
that wasn't the
Which is roughly half a day for every 1 second.
that wasn't the change. That was just
Yeah, he said
how
6
much time.
seconds. 6 seconds for like 3 days, right?
Well,
That's the difference between how long I'm staying versus how
long it would take you to cast a spell. Like, it'd take you 6 seconds here to cast a spell. Trying to figure out how long that is out there. I think, yeah, because okay, very meta, but it is a little over 4 days. 6 seconds in there is a little over 4 days. It's 1,000 to 1 time ratio inside on this side of the portal.
He just said he was waiting a few days. He didn't say what he was doing afterwards. He might turn around and go home.
Well, in a
It's
few
like,
days
well,
he's gonna have to fight an orcish army, so that's gonna be fun watching him do that.
Well,
Or the
that's not that bad
undead,
of it.
or all kinds of fun.
That's not that bad of a difference. Huh.
A little more. Actually, no, it's a little. It's close to 1,000 to 1 time. Not that bad of a difference.
Way better than mine.
1 year on the inside is 1,000 years on the outside.
Yeah. Way better than my odds.
So I think trapped in time dilation as our brain meets body adjustment while Luma waits on the outside is where we will end today.
Oh fuck you! We can go another 5 hours.
I can't.
No, cannot.
I mean, it's really only like going 5 seconds, so come on.
Yeah.
So yeah, Luma will have to figure out at the end, if he's not going in, what happened in a couple of days when he is. How many days would he actually wait? And would he encounter anything before before?
Well, if he
that time
waits
is
a
up?
day, that's 1,000 days in our time. So we have to do 1,000 days of gameplay before Bob can rejoin us.
He'd show up and we'd be fucking. But we'd be in that Super Saiyan time chamber.
No, you wouldn't do 1,000 days. You would do 1,000th of a day.
So 10 days, right? Yeah, right.
No.
Or 100 days.
No.
Head exploding. Boom.
Yeah, I did it opposite than I hear you saying.
Lumo is
We
in the
don't need to spend
hyperbolic
the whole day
time
in there,
chamber.
though.
We're gonna be young, and he's gonna be old man Lumo. He's gonna
No.
got shorter.
For one thing, I'm a monk. We are in excellent shape and have great posture.
Yeah. Well, gravity gets you over time, man. Gravity always wins.
Every 6 seconds on the inside is about a little over 4 days. So every round of combat is 4 whole days on the outside.
Wow.
Think about that.
I can send a message.
Yeah, we're gonna get out of here, and we won't have to worry about the world because it will have aged drastically. Like, who knows if we're gonna be able to come back through this way? Like, what?
So exciting.
Just think of it this way: it is much better for us that I am on the fast side rather than you are on the fast.
Yes.
Yeah, because Lumo can just run away.
No, like while I'm making my decisions, while I am pondering, that's when you are literally aging before my.
But we're not aging, right?
You're aging
No.
faster than we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm going at regular aging speed.
Well, what if our new regular is a new regular and you're in the irregular now? Because we're the majority of the group.
This is hurting my brain.
Good night, guys.
I don't know why I talk with you sometimes, Wolfen.
Because it makes perfect sense.
Matter of perspective, it's relativity. We
Yeah,
just got to
yeah.
put our, whatever Einstein was talking about, we just got to put it right in there, right?
It is somewhere. You
All right,
know?
Wolfen, start applying Einstein's theories.
Oh
In
boy.
puns.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I gotta Google all of them because I don't know them all.
Oh man, that's
What
exciting.
puns you say?
That's exciting.
Uh,
That was fun. Rip Gold, Greg.
Old Greg. There could have been a third wave of sentries that we.
I was
We
expecting
did-
one.
we
I'm
did
glad there
avoid.
wasn't.
I was gonna grab one of the robots before it got destroyed before me and throw them into the wall and see if it would liquefy the wall again. The question is, would that have worked?
Actually killed the second wave faster than I thought we would, which was good. Because that would have the if it had made it to the next round, there would have been a third wave. The alarm would have went off, and they'd have called the third wave, which would have been stronger.
Yeah, good job, team.
Immune to everything but poison damage.
Oh no, they're definitely immune to poison damage.
Immune
Yeah.
to everything. That's better.
I mean, the one thing that might not be immune to is like radiant damage.
They're resistant to. The first tier were resistant to all of the natural elements. So acid, fire, cold, lightning, thunder. They were resistant to those. They were immune to
Mundane weapons.
mundane stuff. And psychic, because they don't have a mind. And then poison. They just mean poison. And on the next tier, they became resistant to radiant, necrotic, and then and then magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. And then on the third tier, they didn't really gain much in the way of resistances or any of that stuff. They can fire 3 rays, and then they gain permanent access to the disintegration ray instead of having to overload to get it. Could choose 3 rays. They were all DC 16, and it went up to 6d8 on the elemental damaging rays. It went 4, 5, 6 on the elemental damaging rays for each tier. 4 for the low tier, 5d8 damage for the middle, and then 6d8 for the top. And more hit points and more AC. The top tier you didn't get to see could fly a little faster, could fly 60 feet in a round, had 60 hit points, which is really double because it's like a resistant to everything. And then had 18 AC. True sight, 90. That was the other thing gained by the last tier. The first tiers had blind sight. The last tier had true sight.
We're playing we're playing in a week, right?
I think so.
I can't wait 2 weeks to not know if we didn't. We need to play in a week.
We need to take our time and figure this out.
There's nothing else to figure out right now except what Bob's doing. We're fine. We're sort of stuck in time. We're okay. Now the whole world may burn, but you know.
Well, we didn't die instantly, so that's a plus.
That's true. That's true.
Pit trap on the other end, though.
It wasn't a TPK by going through the portal. I was curious if someone was going to just try it, or if they was going to do any more testing or consult with anybody, and see if messages actually came back, because right next to the portal, the chances of that was real small.
I almost did a divine asking of the thing, but by that point, half the party was in there. I was like, well, fuck.
Yeah, I was going to tie a rope to the next person that went in, but then Lodrin was just like, okay, see ya. Bloop.
I mean,
The only one that got nearly blasted by that thing, so my first instinct is not to go inside the thing that blasted and carved out this forest.
Dude, it just blasted you back to Ralidar. I mean, you were in a nice, happy place. It's probably safer if I left you there. For you.
Kinda got blasted by a little bit of it. But she wasn't gonna let Car go in by himself.
Yeah, when you did that, it made me think of how we crossed the portal, and I was hoping that was a significant enough of a callback to not have us all be fried.
Yeah, I didn't think of that until you mentioned it, but yeah.
But the me that was being meta but trying not to have it show was going to be like, no, you should stay out here. I'm going to go get froze with these guys.
So next week's on. The week after that is off for me. The day before my final exam.
That's the 9th?
The 9th.
Yeah, I definitely won't be doing anything that week either.
You're the teacher, Drad. You don't have to take the final. Doing it all wrong.
My exams are the 8th, 13th, and 14th.
There you go. So that works out.
It's pretty decent.
So it's not. No, it's. Wait a second. I did it wrong.
It's
So yeah, we're on the 2nd. I did it on the wrong day. Yes, the 2nd is good. The 9th is not.
Okay, well, we okay. 7 days is about as long as I can wait.
Sounds like there's going to be a few people away on the 9th anyway.
Well, we all may be, we need 2 weeks to re-roll our new characters.
Yeah.
Well, we are definitely getting close to a couple of possible ends to this arc. I've got 3 in mind, depending on how the timeline went here, how the stuff with the rock went. So if y'all fought the rock, then which was actually the more likely thing to happen was that you fought the rock and the hippogriffs and griffins.
I was Carr was very happy we did not do that because he was
I
just
knew
so
we would have lost
sympathetic
that
toward-
one.
Yeah, props to Bijou on that one.
Yeah.
That all turned out as like the best because like last weekend and this time too, everyone was kind of saying the opposite of what I was wanting. I was like, well, okay. And then it kind of turned out exactly like the way I kind of hoped it would. I hoped that we would all be able to ally, and they would also like fucking just fly us there. So
If
I
we
think
fought them, I would have been completely useless.
When y'all went in, I did some rolls on the background over here to see what they'd be willing to do. So I knew that they would have spotted the undead demon, whatever vile creatures that came in the other path. That they would have had scout reported that, and I was going to roll to see how they would react and how they would treat the orb and that thought, because he wants to defend the homeland. Then actually contacting, actually rolling. I think you rolled 100. Was that the one time you rolled 100 on the communication device?
Yeah, I rolled the 88 first and then the 100 the second time.
So you rolled high enough to actually be able to communicate location and need. For them to get there fast enough for you to actually be able to use that, or like to actually even be able to use that as part of your negotiation. So that was going to be potentially in or out on how soon they could get there. So the worse the communication was, the more delayed it was going to be before they got there, which meant that the rock wouldn't let you go. And then so there was definitely there's arcane sentries here. If the undead and Edelmar and whoever else may be coming this way through that party got here first, they may have killed the sentries. You may not have ever fought the sentries, and then but they would have got here first, and so that would mean probably fighting them inside or outside again, depending on how long the delay was. If it was inside, that would have been to their advantage for them to be inside already and acclimated to this change of speed, change of time, versus outside. So depending on how delayed, everything just really clicked really well. Both how the timeline for the allies to get here, the Rock's response and willingness to cooperate with you bringing the army, and also him letting you take 8 of his troops, which was a low roll, a low chance again for him to let you do that, but you made it. I rolled that too, so I mean it was all true RNG with percentile, and you just hit every mark you need to get here, to have the best case scenario to get here. You just had to fight the sentries, but now you're well ahead of the undead. So that's going to be interesting. And what some of the outcomes could be from here. Because the arc can kind of end a couple of ways, and one of those ways kind of ends the whole campaign. So, and not in a, well, I guess 2 ways. If you TPK, that kind of ends the whole campaign too. But
yeah.
But there's an actual campaign ender, not just arc ender, depending on how it goes. So it could be interesting. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We're level, almost 12? Something like that. And we're already fighting god level shit, demon princes, and it's kind of hard to escalate in a high level campaign when we're already fought high level campaign stuff.
Oh, we're so close to level.
That begs the question. I could go for a full rest and they'd still be like just like 10 seconds in. Could I get my level and have them not be leveled?
Yeah, because you'll get experience, which I haven't applied yet. Let me do that. Technically, yes. I mean,
Sweet.
which waves 1 and 2 was just enough to level up, actually, by 269 experience points. So
Nice.
Lodrin will still be level 11 for a little bit because he's a little behind. But everybody else, will be eligible to level up to 12, but only Lumo will be able to take a long rest. So in fact, if you want to go ahead and do your because nothing will happen in the next day, you. So if you want to go ahead and do your level up,
All right.
Everybody else has to wait.
All right. So that is another ability increase. All right. AC of 20. Woo. It's actually kind of a boring level up. The next one will be fun though.
You might be able to murder Hobo, and we wouldn't have that much time go by.
Just go into the forest and hunt some boars till you level up.
that's a lot of boars in 4 days. That's where I stole the picture. I had the idea of the arcane sentries, and I was like, how am I going to do this? I'm going to make constructs. They're going to be mindless automatons that are meant to defend the portal. That's their entire job, and they're going to get increasing difficulty. But how am I going to do this? And then I was just like, oh, remember that Star Trek episode where there was these automated planetary defense system? I'm going to do that. I literally just stole their.
Hey, so
All
if
the
we
picture.
didn't kill the third wave, is Edelmar and his cronies gonna have to fight them on the way in?
Or maybe Lumo.
Or maybe we will still have to fight them.
Or maybe they're on the inside, or maybe they're generated by the portal itself, or there's we don't know. We don't know. So maybe they're not actually coming inside to outside. Maybe they're created by the portal. The scan, it takes its information. So yeah, it was scanning everybody's weaknesses. And so it knew Old Greg, Lumo, and Steen's weaknesses, so it knew their weakest saving throw and used rays that specifically targeted their weakest attributes. So once it used an action to scan someone specifically, every sentry ever created ever thereafter would know that target's weakness.
Wow.
So otherwise, they chose a random ray. Basically, it's like a merging of a arcane guardian, a construct guardian, and a beholder. In a way, think of it, because of the way the rays work like eye stalk rays. Really.
Yeah. Yeah, I did notice that. They were kind of like beholders. That.
Little floating. So somebody took a beholder and learned about how the source of their power and where it comes from, and made a machine. One of the realms that we intersect with is Eberron.
I wondered if that would be one.
And the other One of the others happens to be Mordenkainen's homeworld, which is it's in the Greyhawk setting, which is what is it? Orisha. Oh crap! It's in the world. Or Oerth. Oerth. That's what it is. Oerth. Orth? Orth? I don't know. Greyhawk.
I like that you take the time afterwards to talk about some of this, what might have happened kind of stuff. Just as a fledgling DM, I suppose, it's interesting to see or hear the thought process behind it.
I like it too because otherwise it's a lot of wasted brain space that just went poof into oblivion, right? And so
You have no idea how many damn things I want to talk about Nerdcation, and I can't because I gotta wait till Nerdcation.
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start sending pictures to Deegra though.
Yes.
Well,
I get all the secrets.
I wouldn't do that, you know. Her and the new baby can come visit for Nerdcation. Gotta be christened.
I don't know. The States is kind of turning into a third world country.
But not at Drad's house. You probably won't get shot on the way there. You're still white.
Low.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're white, so I mean,
Fairly safe.
I still remember